Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I Bought a Vintage Dollhouse, and the furniture rearranges itself to match my home. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first time I noticed it, I was on my knees in the hallway with a mug of cold coffee in one hand and a screwdriver in the other, staring at a tiny green velvet chair that absolutely had not been there the night before. It sat inside the dollhouse parlor at a neat little angle, one leg slightly crooked, facing a miniature fireplace no bigger than my palm. The weird part wasn't the chair itself. The whole thing was weird. It was the fact that in my actual living room, about 15 feet away, my own green reading chair had been pulled to that exact same spot beside my fireplace the evening before, after I'd gotten tired of fighting the draft from the windows and dragged it over there with both hands. Same angle, same distance from the hearth, same slight turn toward the room, as if whoever placed it expected company. I stayed there longer than I should have, coffee cooling against my knuckles, listening to the building breathe, pipes ticking in the walls, somebody upstairs crossing a room in heavy socks, a truck changing gears out on Milwaukee Avenue. There was a perfectly normal explanation. I knew there was. I'd only had the dollhouse for 2 days. I'd unpacked some of the tiny furniture in a rush, probably set the chair there myself, then forgotten. Still, I put the mug down on the floorboards and leaned closer. The parlor rug inside the dollhouse was a faded copy of the one under my own coffee table. Not identical, not custom made, or anything creepy like that. Just the same red and cream medallion pattern in miniature, worn at the corners. The little brass floor lamp had a bent shade, and I had a floor lamp in the living room with a dent from my last apartment when the movers dropped it on the stairs. The resemblance wasn't one-to-one, but it was close enough that, crouched in the gray morning light, with the radiator clanking to life behind me, I felt that quick animal tightening low in my ribs. My name is Mara Bennett. I'm 32. And at the time this started, I lived alone in a third-floor walk-up in Chicago, in Avondale, in a brick building old enough that every floor had its own language of squeaks. I restored furniture for a living, mostly commission work for people who wanted their grandmother's sideboard fixed without looking fixed. I liked work that stayed still. Wood made sense. Damage made sense. If something had been broken by water, heat, neglect, or bad luck, you could usually tell. There was a cause. There was a sequence. You could take it apart and put it back together and call that a day. I was not, generally speaking, a superstitious person, but I was tired, underpaid, and 3 months behind on feeling settled in that apartment. Half my books were still in boxes. I'd moved there after a breakup that had lasted 7 years and ended in a way so boring it almost made it worse. Not betrayal, not one spectacular fight, just a slow erosion until one night we were sitting at opposite ends of the couch in our Logan Square place, both pretending to watch a cooking show. And I realized I had been lonely with Daniel for longer than I'd been happy. Since then, I developed a private habit of pretending small decisions were larger than they were where to hang a mirror, whether to buy a plant, whether to answer a text, because the larger decisions had already happened without asking me. The dollhouse had been a stupid purchase, which I knew even as I handed over the cash. I found it at an estate sale in Evanston on a wet Saturday morning. I'd gone for a walnut sewing cabinet listed in the photos and missed it by 20 minutes. The house was one of those big early century places with leaded glass windows and a vestibule that smelled like old books and trapped rain. People were already carrying out framed landscapes and silver serving trays and boxes of Christmas ornaments. The dollhouse was on a table in an upstairs bedroom, shoved near the closet as if no one had wanted to decide what to do with it. It was about 3 feet wide, built by hand, heavier than it looked. Victorian-style asymmetrical roof, little turned porch posts, cedar shingles. Good craftsmanship. Better than good, really. The front wall opened on brass hinges to reveal 6 rooms papered in floral prints gone yellow with age. The windows had actual glass panes. The floors were narrow wood strips, not painted board. Someone had cared about the details to a degree that bordered on compulsion. A paper tag tied to the banister inside read, "Sold as is." I remember laughing at that. As is. Like the thing had an engine. That was when Nora found me. Nora Klein, 34, female, was my closest friend and the only person I knew who could insult you and reassure you in the same sentence without either one landing too hard. She worked as a freelance photographer, mostly events and restaurant shoots, and dressed like she expected to be asked onto a film set at any moment. Heavy boots, black jeans, hair twisted up in a clip that always seemed one movement away from falling out. She had come to the sale late, coffee in one hand, umbrella dripping onto the hardwood, and caught me standing there with both palms on the dollhouse roof like I was checking a patient for fever. "Oh no," she said, "you've got the face." "What face?" "The face you make before you buy something impractical, and then force yourself to become the kind of woman who needed it all along." "I do not have a face for that." She squinted at me. "You bought a letterpress once. It was small. It was 80 pounds. I told her I was just looking." She stepped around me, peered into the little dining room, and whistled. "Okay," she said. "That's actually incredible. That should have been the end of it. Admire it, take a few pictures, go home empty-handed and slightly smug." But the woman running the sale mentioned, almost in passing, that the house had belonged to the owner's aunt, that no one in the family wanted the dollhouse because it had been around forever, and that if I could get it down the stairs myself, she'd take $100 for it. $100 for that kind of workmanship was absurd. I told myself I could restore it, maybe resell it, maybe use it for photos online to attract clients before and after shots, tiny upholstery, the kind of thing people shared. The truth, which I didn't say out loud, was simpler and uglier. I wanted to want something. I wanted a project complicated enough to fill the apartment. So Nora helped me carry it down. By the time we got it into my place later that afternoon, both of us were damp, with sweat despite the March chill. The hall outside my apartment smelled faintly of bleach and frying onions from the first floor. The dollhouse barely fit through the front door, then barely fit again into the hall alcove near the living room where I finally set it on an old work table. It looked ridiculous there, delicate and watchful. Nora stood with her hands on her hips. "That," she said, "is either the start of a very cool side business or the first 10 minutes of a bad decision. I'm choosing side business. Of course you are. She helped me unwrap the boxed furniture that came with it. A dining table, a brass bed, a painted cradle, bookshelves, a porcelain bathtub, several mismatched chairs, all wrapped in old tissue that smelled dusty and sweet, like the back room of an antique store. Some pieces were damaged. A chaise missing one leg, a wardrobe with a door off its hinge, a tiny tea set with one cup gone. I arranged a few pieces loosely, more for inventory than decoration, then stopped because I still had real work waiting in my studio corner, and a client expected photos by Monday. Nora left around 6. At the door she paused, glanced back at the dollhouse, and said, "You know what's odd? Everything about it. No, the scale. It's not exact, but something about the room shapes." I followed her gaze. The central hall in the dollhouse ran parallel to the staircase. 2 rooms on one side, one on the other, narrow kitchen in back. "Lots of old houses are laid out like that," I said. "Yeah," she zipped her jacket. "Still, text me if it starts paying rent." After she left, the apartment went back to sounding like itself, the fridge compressor kicking on, wind pushing at the old window frames, the muffled bass from a car at the stoplight below. I heated leftover lentil soup, ate standing at the counter, and tried not to keep glancing at the work table in the hall. There were similarities to my apartment if I let my eyes blur and stop being exacting. A narrow kitchen in back, front room with fireplace, small bedroom off the side. But that was the sort of thing your brain did. It found shapes it recognized and forced them to line up, like seeing faces in outlets or hearing your name in rain. That night, I took a few quick reference photos of the dollhouse before bed. Not because I was worried, because I was organized. I slept badly anyway. I have always hated the feeling that someone has been in a room I thought belonged to me. Not in a dramatic way. I don't mean intruders and true crime and every lock checked twice. I mean smaller things. A cupboard door left open when I was sure I shut it. A coat hook bent wrong. The hair on the back of my neck lifting because a space had somehow shifted and I couldn't prove it. It goes back to being a kid in a crowded house in Indiana, sharing a room with an older cousin one summer while my mother worked nights at the hospital. She used to move my things to tease me, brush in the freezer, shoes in the linen closet, diary hidden behind the dryer, and laugh when I cried because I could never prove I hadn't misplaced them myself. It sounds minor now. Kids do mean little things, but that helplessness stuck. The sense that certainty could be taken from you so easily. By morning, I blamed the bad sleep for how long I knelt there staring at the green chair. I made myself stand up. I checked the photos on my phone. In the pictures from the night before, the dollhouse parlor held a settee near the wall, and the green chair was in the upstairs bedroom. My first stupid thought was that Nora had come back to mess with me. My second was that I had somehow moved it after taking the photos and forgotten. Both thoughts were better than the third one, which I refused to phrase even in my own head. I texted Nora anyway. "Did you come back here after you left?" The typing bubble appeared almost immediately. "No. Why, are you dead?" I sent a picture of the dollhouse and then a screenshot of the earlier photo. A full minute passed. "That's annoying," she wrote, "because I was about to tell you to get more sleep. So you didn't move it, Mara. I was home editing until 1, unless I learned astral projection." I called her. She answered on the second ring with no greeting. You sound weird. I'm not weird. I stopped and looked toward the living room, where my actual green chair sat by the fireplace in the same cocked angle as its tiny version. I'm just trying to figure out if I'm missing something obvious. Like if I moved it without thinking. Did you? I don't think so. Okay, but that's not the same as no. That is so helpful, thank you, she sighed. I could picture her rubbing at one eyebrow with the heel of her hand, the way she did when she was trying not to sound too serious. Send me every photo you took yesterday. I did. She called back 10 minutes later. So, she said, either you rearranged things after the last photo and forgot, or the furniture shifted in transit and settled later, or a piece got stuck in the tissue paper and you placed a different chair than you thought you did. Upstairs bedroom chair and the downstairs parlor chair are the same chair. Then maybe it tipped when you opened the front panel. It was standing upright. Wood floors vibrate. Old hinges move. Chicago is haunted by rats the size of Labradors. Pick a mundane explanation. Her tone was light, but I could hear the current under it. Attention. The thing I loved most about Nora was that she didn't fake dismissal when something bothered her too. I know this sounds dumb, I said. It does. Thanks. But dumb things are still things. That line sat with me after we hung up. I spent the day working in the studio corner of my apartment with the radio low, trying to focus on refinishing a pair of mid-century end tables. Sand, wipe, inspect grain, repeat. Solvent and sawdust layered the air with their familiar dry smell. Around noon, light moved across the living room floor in a clean rectangle, and the apartment felt almost kind. Calm. I started to think the whole morning had been a product of bad sleep and my own talent for turning static into voices. Then, while I was waiting for stain to set, I walked past the dollhouse and stopped so abruptly I sloshed finish onto my wrist. The upstairs bedroom door, which had been closed since I brought the thing home, was open. Just a little. Maybe an inch in full scale, a fraction of that in miniature. Enough to show the edge of the brass bed inside. I set the rag down carefully. Old houses settle, I told myself. Tiny hinges slip, panels shift with humidity, but I knew how I'd left it. Closed. I remembered because one of the hinges squealed when I tested it, and I'd made a mental note to oil it later. I took another picture, then another from the side to show the angle. The hallway outside my apartment thudded once with someone taking the stairs two at a time. A dog barked below. My phone vibrated in my palm because Nora had sent a laughing emoji to something else I'd texted her earlier, and the sudden buzz made me flinch hard enough to hit my elbow on the wall. That was the moment that annoyed me more than anything. Not fear, embarrassment. I was alone in my own apartment, startling at a notification because a dollhouse door had shifted by less than an inch. I called the building super first, which was ridiculous, and I knew it. Archero was patient in the way men who manage old properties often are, a little suspicious of everyone, but never surprised. When I told him my front windows were drafty, and maybe the floors were uneven enough to cause items to move, he said, "In that building? Absolutely," and promised to stop by Friday to check the windows. I did not mention the dollhouse. At 4, Nora texted, "I'm nearby for a shoot pickup. Want coffee and sanity?" I told her yes. She arrived 20 minutes later smelling like rain and expensive hand soap from whatever restaurant she'd been photographing. We stood side by side in the hall, paper cups warming our hands, looking at the dollhouse like it had offended us personally. "I hate that it's pretty," she said. "It would be easier if it were ugly." She glanced at me. "Okay, we test this. For what? For whether you're overtired, whether physics is annoying, or whether someone is somehow getting into your apartment to move tiny furniture, which would actually be the worst option." "Why did you say that out loud?" "Because you were already thinking it." She wasn't wrong. The late afternoon light had gone yellow, and thin by then, catching in the dollhouse windows so they flashed like real glass. My apartment smelled of coffee, dust, and the faint chemical tang of wood stain. Down on the street, a siren went by, not close, just passing through. Nora crouched to examine the base of the dollhouse. One side was slightly lower than the other. She tested the floorboards with her hand, then stood. "Here's the choice," she said. "We either chalk this up to old wood and your shot nerves, or we do the sensible, insane thing." "What is the sensible, insane thing?" She lifted one shoulder. "We mark everything. Photograph every room. Tape the outer doors. Maybe put your spare phone on time lapse tonight. See if anything actually changes." I looked from her to the dollhouse, and then down the hall to my own apartment, my own front room, my own furniture sitting where I had left it. Except lately, I was less sure of even that. The calm part of me wanted to laugh, order takeout, and refuse to become the kind of person who monitored a toy house at night. The other part, that old, raw dislike of having my certainty touched, was already reaching for the tape drawer. And standing there with Nora in the fading light, both of us listening to the radiator hiss awake and the city settle into evening, I had the clear sense that whatever happened next depended on which part of me I fed. We started with tape. Blue painter's tape, the kind I used for clean edges when I refinished cabinets. Nora tore off strips with her teeth and passed them to me while I crouched at the dollhouse, marking the exact position of each door and piece of furniture. "Top of the frame to the door," she said, holding her phone up to film. "Get it in the shot." "I know how to do this," I said, but my voice came out tighter than I meant it to. "I know you do. That's why we're doing it your way." We worked room by room. Parlor first. I pressed a strip of tape across the threshold so the door would break it if it moved. Another strip at the back of the green chair's leg, anchoring it to the floorboards with a tiny fold so we could see even a millimeter shift. The tape looked ridiculous at that scale, too bright, too modern, like a crime scene staged inside a toy. "Kitchen," Nora said. The kitchen had a narrow table, a little cast iron stove, a chipped enamel sink. I marked the table legs, the stove door, the cabinet. My hands moved automatically, muscle memory from years of aligning seams and edges. There was comfort in that. Measurement. Control. "Bedroom," she said. I hesitated a second longer than I wanted to. The upstairs room still had the door cracked open. I pushed it gently until it clicked shut, then laid a strip of tape across the frame. "There," I said. "Document it," Nora said. I took photos, close-ups, wide shots. The kind I sent to clients when I needed to prove something hadn't shifted between coats of finish. Nora set my old iPhone on a stack of books across from the dollhouse and angled it so the entire front facade filled the frame. "Time lapse," she said. "Every 30 seconds. That run all night. And if nothing happens, then you sleep tomorrow without your brain chewing itself. And if something does," she didn't answer right away. She adjusted the angle, checked the framing, then said, "Then we figure out how." That was the part I kept circling. How, not if. By the time we finished, the apartment had tipped into evening. The light outside went from yellow to gray, then to the blue that makes every room look colder than it is. I turned on the standing lamp near the couch. The bulb flickered once before settling. The radiator hissed like someone whispering in another room. Nora stood, stretching her back. Okay, we did the sensible, insane thing. And now we leave it alone. Right, we didn't leave it alone. We made dinner instead. Pasta, jarred sauce, whatever was left in my fridge. We talked about her shoot that morning, about a client who wanted moody but bright photos, about a couple I'd worked with who couldn't agree on whether their grandmother's dresser should keep its original scratches or be refinished smooth. Normal things. We let the apartment fill with the smell of garlic and tomatoes, with the sound of a wooden spoon tapping a pan. Every few minutes, one of us glanced down the hall. Around 9, Nora said, "We're not helping ourselves like this. By eating. Watching it like it's going to do something on cue. Things don't move on cue." She gave me a look. Exactly. We cleared the dishes. I wiped the counter. She dried. The rhythm helped. It always did. Task, completion, next task. The way I'd gotten through the last month of my relationship, too, if I was honest. One more dinner. One more quiet evening. One more small decision not to look directly at what was wrong. At 10, we checked the dollhouse. Nothing had moved. The tape strips were intact. The green chair sat exactly where we'd left it. The bedroom door stayed shut, the tape unbroken. "See," Nora said, softer now. "Wood settles. We overreacted. It happens." "Yeah," I said. Relief came, but it came thin. It didn't settle in my chest the way I wanted it to. It hovered, waiting for permission. "Let's give it the night," she said. "Then you'll have proof in the morning." Proof of what? That nothing's happening. That would be nice. She checked the time-lapse app one more time, then set her phone on silent and tossed it on the couch. "I'm crashing here," she said. "If you wake up at 3 a.m. and decide to interrogate the dollhouse, I want to be present. I don't interrogate things. You texted me about a chair at 7 in the morning. Fair." We made up the couch with a blanket. I went through my usual motions, locking the door, checking the windows, turning off the overhead lights one by one, until only the lamp in the living room stayed on, a soft pool of yellow. The apartment felt smaller with the lights off, more defined. Every sound had edges. When I lay down in bed, I could see the faint glow from the hall. The dollhouse sat just beyond it, out of direct view, but not out of mind. I told myself I wouldn't get up. I got up anyway. At some point after midnight, no clock check, just that sense of the night having deepened. I woke with the kind of clarity that doesn't feel like waking, more like being pulled up from underwater. The apartment was quiet in that particular way it gets when the city dips between waves of noise. No cars idling at the light, no voices in the hall, just the refrigerator humming and the occasional click from the radiator. I lay there for a few seconds, listening. Then I heard it. A small, dry sound. Not loud, not dramatic. A kind of skitter, maybe, like something light sliding over wood. I sat up. "Nora," I called low. No answer. The sound didn't come again. I told myself it could be anything. The building shifting. Pipes. A mouse in the wall, even. I'd seen worse in older places. I swung my legs over the side of the bed and stood, the floor cool under my feet. The hall light was still on. The dollhouse was where we'd left it, its little windows reflecting the lamp's glow. The tape strips looked bright against the old wood. I stepped closer. Everything looked the same. I let out a breath I didn't realize I had been holding and turned to go back to bed. That was when I noticed the kitchen. Not my kitchen, the dollhouse kitchen. The table had turned. It wasn't a big movement, maybe 30 degrees, enough that one corner now pointed toward the doorway instead of sitting parallel to the wall. I froze. The tape at the legs was still intact. No tears, no stretching. The blue strip lay flat against the floor, exactly where I'd pressed it. The table legs sat on top of it, just rotated. "That's not possible," I said out loud, because saying it felt like a way to anchor the room. "Mara," Nora's voice, thick with sleep, from the couch. "Come here," I said. She appeared a moment later, hair loose around her shoulders, one eye half closed. "What?" I pointed. She squinted, stepped closer. Her posture changed, subtle but immediate. "Awake now." "Did you?" she started, then stopped. "No, you didn't. I didn't." She crouched, bringing her face level with the dollhouse. "The tape's not broken." "I know. Did it peel and re-stick?" "Does that look peeled?" She ran a finger lightly along the edge. "No, we stayed there, both of us breathing a little too shallowly." "Okay," she said finally. "Okay, so we missed something." The table was never fully on the tape. It shifted when the floor moved. The tape stayed. That's all. 30 degrees. "Mara." "I'm just asking." "I know." She sat back on her heels. "We checked the footage, right? The footage." We went to the couch. She grabbed the phone, thumb already moving over the screen. "Still recording," she said. "Let's scrub back." We huddled together, shoulders touching, watching the accelerated feed. The dollhouse sat in frame, unmoving, as the light changed subtly over time, lamp glow, then darker, then a slight flicker when the bulb adjusted. "Slow it," I said. She slowed it to real time for the last 10 minutes. We watched the tiny kitchen in the corner of the frame. Nothing. Then there, a blur. It was so slight I almost missed it. A fraction of a second where the image seemed to stutter, like the phone had dropped a frame. The table, one frame it was straight, the next it was angled. "That's," Nora said, "a glitch," I said quickly. "The phone lagged." "Yeah," she said. "Yeah, phones do that." "Exactly." We rewound, played it again. The same thing, straight. Angled. "Could be the frame rate," she said. "Compression. It's not continuous, it's snapshots." Right. We said it like we were agreeing with each other. We said it like it settled anything. Nora set the phone down slowly. "We need to check the rest of the apartment." "For what?" "For anything that matches." I didn't want to do that. "Why?" I said, even though I understood. "Because if this thing is," she stopped, recalibrated. "If we're seeing patterns, we need to know how far they go." "It's a dollhouse, Nora." "It's a model," she said. "A model of something. We need to know what." I looked toward the living room. My kitchen table sat where it always did, pushed against the wall under the window. 2 chairs tucked in. A third slightly out because I'd used it earlier and hadn't bothered to push it back all the way. "It's the same," I said. "It hasn't moved. Check it." I walked over, touched the edge of the table. Solid. Normal. The chair legs scraped softly as I nudged one back into place. "See," I said, "it's fine." Nora came up behind me. "Okay, good, that's good." We stood there for a second, both of us staring at a perfectly ordinary kitchen setup like it might start rearranging itself out of spite. "I don't like this," she said finally. "Me neither. Because either it's nothing and we're losing it, or it's something and we don't understand it. I prefer nothing." "Yeah." We went back to the hall. The dollhouse sat there, small and composed, tape strips bright and unbroken. The kitchen table inside remained at its new angle. Time-sensitive problem, Nora said, almost to herself. What? If we can't trust the timing on the footage, we need a better control. Something that removes the lag variable. Like what? She looked around, eyes moving quickly. Your other phone, the one you use for client photos. Set it to record continuous video. Different angle. That's overkill. Is it? I hesitated. Okay, I said. Fine, we set up a second camera. And we don't touch anything else. Right. We moved fast now, energy sharpened by something I didn't want to name. I grabbed the other phone from my work table, cleared space on a shelf opposite the dollhouse, and set it up. Nora checked the framing, adjusted the angle. Good, she said. Both cameras on it. We'll get something clean. And then we sleep, she said. But there was no conviction in it. I hit record. Stood there for a moment longer, listening. The building breathed. The city hummed faintly beyond the walls. The tape held. Okay, Nora said. Bed. We turned off the hall light this time, leaving only the living room lamp. The dollhouse sank into shadow, its shape still visible, but less defined. Safer, somehow, when it wasn't lit up like a display. I lay down again, heart not quite steady. Hey, Nora called softly from the couch. Yeah, we're going to figure this out. I know. You're not crazy. I swallowed. I know. I closed my eyes. Sleep came in shallow waves. Sometime later, minutes, hours, I couldn't tell, the power went out. Not a flicker. A full cut. The lamp snapped off. The refrigerator died mid-hum. The apartment dropped into a silence so complete it felt physical. For a second, I thought I'd gone deaf. Then, from the hall, in the dark where the dollhouse sat, I heard it again. That small, dry movement. Closer this time. The power didn't come back right away. That was the first problem. The second was that the hallway, where the dollhouse sat, had no windows. When the lights went out, it didn't dim. It disappeared. For a few seconds, I stayed in bed, staring at a shape I couldn't see anymore, listening for that small, dry sound to repeat itself. It didn't. The silence settled back in, heavy and close. Mara, Nora said from the couch, her voice sharper now. I'm here. Did you hit a breaker? No, she swore under her breath. Heard the rustle of fabric as she sat up. A moment later, her phone screen lit, a pale rectangle in the living room. Flashlight, she said. Stay there. I'm not staying here. I got up anyway, hands out in front of me, and moved toward the living room. The air felt colder without the hum of the appliances. When I stepped into the spill of light from her phone, my shoulders loosened a fraction. Whole building, she asked. Probably, I said, though I hadn't checked. The hall was still dark behind us. Dollhouse was just a silhouette now, a box inside a box. Okay, Nora said, forcing calm into her voice. We don't rush into the dark, we think, we use light. I have a headlamp in the studio, I said, and a flashlight in the kitchen drawer. Good, get them. I moved quickly, more quickly than I needed to, bumping my hip against the counter hard enough to make me hiss. I found the flashlight, then the headlamp, flicked them both on. The beam cut a clean line through the dark. Ready, she said. No, I said, but yes. We stepped into the hallway together. The dollhouse came into view in pieces. First, the edge of the work table. Then the pitched roof. Then the open facade, the tape strips catching the light in small, bright flashes. Check the cameras, Nora said. I crossed to the shelf where the second phone was recording. The screen was black. It's off, I said. Battery. No, it was full. Check the other one. I did. Same thing. Dead. Nora exhaled slowly. Okay. Power outage killed them. They were recording on battery, I said. I know, she said. I'm just okay. We don't assume anything yet. We both turned back to the dollhouse. Let's look, she said. I nodded and stepped closer, the beam of the headlamp jittering slightly with my breath. The tape was still there. The kitchen table still angled. The bedroom door, wait, I said. What? The bedroom? The strip of tape across the upstairs door was torn. Not peeled, torn right through the middle. I leaned in. The door itself stood open wide now, not the inch we'd seen before. Fully open, pressed back against the wall. Did you? Nora started. No, are you sure? Yes. She came up beside me, her shoulder brushing mine. Okay, so that's new. Yeah, and the tape is broken, right? We stood there, both of us staring at a piece of torn blue tape like it might explain itself. Could have dried out, she said. Old surface, weak adhesive. It's painter's tape. I know what painter's tape is. It doesn't just snap. It can if it's under tension. From what? She didn't answer. Let's check the rest, she said instead. We moved through the rooms methodically. Parlor, kitchen, dining room, upstairs landing. I kept the beam steady while she called out positions, comparing them to the last photos on her phone. Chair in the parlor's the same, she said. Table S still angled. Cabinet hasn't moved. We reached the bathroom. The porcelain tub sat under the window, its tiny claw feet planted firmly. Same, she said. Okay. We climbed the imaginary stairs with our eyes and checked the second bedroom. The little brass bed sat against the far wall, unchanged. Everything's the same except the door, Nora said. And the table. And the table. I straightened slowly, my back protesting. Headlamp beams swung across the hallway walls, catching on the framed print by my door, on the coat hooks, on the seam where the plaster met the ceiling. Could be the door's hinge, Nora said. You said it squealed. Maybe it's loose. It didn't just open, it broke the tape. Right. We both fell quiet again. From somewhere below in the building, a voice shouted. Another voice answered. Someone laughed, the sound carrying up the stairwell. Power S out for everyone, Nora said. Yeah, that's good. Why? Because it's not just you. That's not, I stopped. I guess. She checked her phone. No signal, she said. Or maybe just the network's overloaded. Try the flashlight again, I said, even though it was already on. I know. We stood there, suspended. Okay, she said finally. Attempt 1 failed. What? We tried to document it. The cameras died. We don't have continuous footage. So we changed tactics. I rubbed my eyes. They felt gritty, like I'd been up for days instead of hours. What tactics? We isolate variables. You sound like you're setting up a lab experiment. We are, in my hallway. Where else? She wasn't wrong. That was the problem. What do you want to isolate? I said. Movement, she said. We need to know if anything else in your apartment is changing with it. It's not. We checked one thing, that's not enough. I exhaled slow. Fine. What do we do? We mark your actual furniture. I laughed, a short, sharp sound that didn't feel like mine. You want to tape my couch to the floor. I want to know if anything shifts when we're not looking. It's not going to. Then we'll prove that. Or we'll prove it does. She held my gaze. Yeah, I didn't want to do it. That was the clearest feeling in the room. Not fear, not exactly. Resistance. The same instinct I'd had as a kid when my cousin moved my things. Don't play along. Don't let it become a game you can't win. But the other part of me, the one that restored broken things, that believed in method and sequence, was already moving. Okay, I said, we mark it. We went room by room. The living room first. I taped the legs of the green chair to the floor, small strips tucked under each foot so any shift would be visible. The coffee table got the same treatment. The rug corners. The floor lamp base. Nora documented everything, her phone a constant presence. Kitchen, she said. We moved there next. I marked the table legs, the chair positions, the edge where the table met the wall. My hands were steadier now, focused. Bedroom, she said. I hesitated again at the threshold. You okay? She asked. Yeah, you don't have to. I know, I want to. That wasn't entirely true, but it was true enough. We marked the bed frame, the nightstand, the dresser, the closet door. Bathroom, she said. We did the same there, though the tile made it harder to get the tape to stick cleanly. By the time we finished, the apartment looked like a diagram. Blue lines everywhere. A map of my own space, pinned down and labeled without words. Okay, Nora said, stepping back. Now we watch. For how long? Until the power comes back, or until something happens. And if nothing happens, then we reassess. We settled in the living room, the headlamp now off, the flashlight set on the coffee table pointing toward the hall. The beam cut a wedge of light that stopped just short of the dollhouse. Time stretched. We talked less. The earlier energy drained into something slower, heavier. Exhaustion started to creep in, pulling at my eyelids, making my thoughts lag half a second behind. At some point, I leaned back against the couch and closed my eyes. Just for a second. Mara, Nora said. I opened them. You were out, she said. I was. You were. How long? Couple minutes. I sat up, rubbing my face. Sorry. It's fine. You need sleep. Not right now. Right now you're making mistakes. I'm not. Hey, she softened her tone. I'm not saying that to be a jerk. I'm saying it because this is the kind of thing that gets weird fast if we're not sharp. I know. I looked around the room. The tape was still in place. The chair hadn't moved. The table hadn't moved. Nothing's changed, I said. Good, she said. Maybe it's over. Maybe. We both knew we didn't believe that. The power came back at 2:17 a.m. I know, because the microwave beeped, loud and sudden, and both of us jumped hard enough to knock the flashlight off the table. It clattered to the floor, the beam swinging wildly across the room before settling on the wall. Jesus, Nora said, one hand pressed to her chest. Yeah, I said, my heart hammering. The lights flickered once, then held. Okay, she said, recovering. Good, power's back, cameras. We both turned toward the hall. The second phone lay on the shelf, screen dark. Turn it on, she said. I did. The battery icon blinked red, then the screen lit up. The recording had stopped. Check the file, she said. I opened the gallery. The video was there, shorter than it should have been. It cut off around the time the power went out. Play it, she said. We stood shoulder to shoulder again, watching. The dollhouse sat in frame, unchanged. The tape visible. The kitchen table angled. The bedroom door closed. Wait, I said. Pause, she did. Rewind a little. She scrubbed back. There. The bedroom door taped shut. We played it forward a few seconds, a minute. Then the lights cut in the video, just like they had in real life. The frame went dark. That's it, Nora said. We lost it right when the power went out, I finished. We stood there, the phone between us. Okay, she said slowly. So we have confirmation that the door was closed before the outage, and it's open now, and the tape is broken. Yeah. We looked up. The hallway light was on again. The dollhouse was fully visible. The bedroom door stood open. The tape hung in 2 pieces. Attempt 2, Nora said quietly, marking the apartment, watching for cross movement. Nothing's moved, I said, not yet. And the door still moved during the outage, which we didn't record. We were both very still. Okay, she said. So whatever's happening, it's not just lag. It's not just the camera. No. and it's not affecting the rest of your apartment. Not that we can see. Right. She ran a hand through her hair, pushing it back from her face. We need to consider something else. What? Access. Access. Yeah, who can get into your apartment? No one, landlord, has a key, but he'd have to come up the stairs. We'd hear him. Neighbors. No. Windows. 3rd floor. Fire escape. Doesn't reach this side. She nodded slowly. Okay. So low probability, but not 0. Think someone is coming in here to move a dollhouse. I think we don't rule anything out. I crossed my arms, hugging them tight. That's insane. So is everything else we've seen. She wasn't wrong again. Then what? I said. We call the police and tell them someone might be breaking in to rearrange miniature furniture. No, she said. We don't call anyone yet. Why not? Because we don't have anything to show them that doesn't make us sound like we haven't slept. We haven't slept. Exactly. I paced once across the living room, then back. The tape on the floor caught my eye at every turn, little blue markers of a reality I was trying to pin down. I don't like this, I said. I know. I don't like not knowing. I know. I don't like that it's in my apartment. She looked at me then, really looked, and I saw the shift in her expression, the understanding. Hey, she said, softer. We can get it out. What? The dollhouse. We can take it out of here. I stared at her. Put it in the hall, she said, or in your car, or back at my place. If it's the variable, we remove it. That should have been an easy decision. It was. Because as soon as she said it, that other feeling flared up. The one from when I was a kid. The sense that if I stepped away, if I didn't understand it, I was letting something take control of the space. I don't want to move it, I said. Mara, I know that sounds stupid. It doesn't sound stupid. It sounds like you're attached to it. Not attached to it. I stopped. I just want to know what's happening. And you can't know that if it's not here. Exactly, she nodded slowly. Okay, we stood there, the decision hanging between us. Then we need to go further, she said. How? We open it up. It's already open. I mean really open it, she said. Panels, base. Look for anything inside. Wires, magnets, anything that could be moving the furniture. Like a mechanism. Yeah, who would build that? I don't know. The person who made it. Someone later. It was at an estate sale. We don't know its history. I looked at the dollhouse again. The craftsmanship, the detail, the weight of it when we carried it. Okay, I said, okay. Yeah, we open it. Now, I glanced at the clock. 2:34 a.m. now, I said. We moved to the hallway together. I grabbed my screwdriver from where I'd left it earlier, the same one I'd been holding that morning when I noticed the chair. The metal felt cold in my hand. Start with the base, Nora said. See if there's an access panel. I crouched, running my fingers along the underside. There were screws. Old brass, slightly stripped. Here, I said, good. I set the tip of the screwdriver into the first screw and started to turn. It resisted at first, then gave with a soft, dry squeak. 1 screw, 2, 3. The panel loosened. Careful, Nora said. I know. I slid the panel back. Inside, the space was dark, empty at first glance. I angled the flashlight, bringing the beam closer. There was something there. Not wires, not a mechanism, a shape, flat, rectangular, paper, folded, tucked up into the hollow beneath the dollhouse floor. What is that? Nora said. I don't know. I reached in, my fingers brushing against old wood, dust, something that crinkled softly. I pulled it out. It was a photograph. And even before I unfolded it, before I saw the image, I knew, with a certainty that settled deep and hard in my chest, that whatever was happening had just stepped out of the dollhouse and into my life in a way I couldn't ignore. Behind me, In the living room, something scraped. Not in the dollhouse, in my apartment. The scraping sound came again from the living room. Not loud, not cinematic. Wood leg against wood floor, brief and dry, then stillness. Nora grabbed my arm hard enough to hurt. Did you hear that? Yes. The photograph was still half folded in my hand. Old paper stock, thick and yellowing at the edges. For one stupid second, I almost stayed crouched there, flashlight under my chin, because some stubborn part of me wanted to know what was in the photo before I dealt with the sound in my own apartment. Then it came again. A shorter drag this time, followed by a soft thump. We both moved at once. The hallway opened into my living room on the right, kitchen straight ahead. I came up too fast from my crouch and slammed my shoulder into the work table, jarring the screwdriver out of my hand. It hit the floor and skittered under the radiator. Light, Nora said. I have it. I swung the flashlight beam into the living room. The green chair had moved, not far, maybe 6 inches, enough that its front left leg now sat over the first blue tape marker instead of behind it. The tape had wrinkled and torn where the leg dragged across it. I stopped dead. The room smelled faintly different. Not new, just stirred up, dust from under furniture. The dry wool smell of the rug after something heavy has scraped over it. No, I said, and heard how thin my own voice sounded. Nora stepped past me. Don't touch it. I wasn't going to. You were absolutely going to. She crouched by the torn tape and held the flashlight from her phone low to the floor. The chair's legs had left pale arcs in the dust that gathered where I never quite vacuumed under it. Real marks, fresh. We were in the hall, she said. We would have heard someone come in. No one came in. We don't know that. I almost snapped at her, but I didn't, because she was scared too, and fear had made both of us a little blunt. She stood and swept the light across the windows. Locked. The front door behind us, still dead bolted. No broken glass, no movement. Show me the photo, she said. I'd nearly forgotten I was holding it. My fingers felt stiff. I unfolded it carefully. It was a snapshot, glossy, old enough that the colors had started to go soft at the edges. A living room, not mine exactly, but close enough that my stomach dropped anyway. Same narrow front room shape, same fireplace wall, same placement of a chair by the hearth, same radiator under the side window. Even the angle looked familiar, like whoever took it had been standing near where my hallway opened into the room. There were differences. Different rug, different lamp, floral drapes instead of my cheap linen panels. But the bones matched in a way coincidence no longer covered. There was a date stamped in orange at the bottom, 3/14/98. Nora read it over my shoulder. That's not your apartment. No, but it might be this building. I looked at her. Old buildings repeat layouts, she said quickly. Same developer, same floor plans. Or it could be this unit years ago. I turned the photo over. Nothing on the back except a faint pencil note, pressed hard enough to dent the paper. Front room after what? It didn't say. Nora took the photo from me and held it next to the living room, squinting between image and reality. The chair, she said. What about it? In the photo. Look. I did. The chair in the snapshot, a bigger, real chair, upholstered in some pale floral fabric, sat at an angle by the fireplace. The same angle as my own green chair now. Not the one I'd left it in before, and it had shifted into. The room seemed to narrow around me. That's not funny, I said, though no one was laughing. No, we need to leave. Nora looked at me sharply. Now, yes, Mara, I don't care what this is anymore. I don't want to be in here. That was the first true surrender of the night, and it cost me. I felt it immediately, the shame of it, the childishness I attached to fear even now. But the room had changed shape in my head. It wasn't my apartment the way it had been yesterday. It was a diagram I no longer understood. Nora nodded once. Okay, grab your keys. I turned toward the kitchen counter where I usually dropped them in a bowl. Another sound stopped me, not from the living room, from the bedroom. A short, muffled knock. Then another. My whole body locked. Nora's head snapped toward the hall. What was that? I didn't answer because I knew, or thought I knew. The closet door in the bedroom had been sticky since move-in. When it shifted in humidity, it knocked softly against the frame just like that, except I had taped it and marked the floor around it. Nora, I said very quietly, the bedroom. No, we have to look. We really don't. If something moved in there, we are leaving. The knock came again, then a scrape, longer this time, and the unmistakable rustle of wood dragging over hardwood. Not the closet, too heavy. The dresser. I was already moving before I fully decided to. Mara. Nora came after me, angry now in the way people get when they're frightened, and trying to keep someone from doing something dumb. Mara, stop. The bedroom was off the short hall beyond the bathroom, left side, one window facing the alley. I hit the doorway, and the flashlight beam swung over the bed, the nightstand, the closet. The dresser had moved 3 inches off the tape line. Not much, more than enough. One front corner had gouged the wood floor, where a grit of dirt got trapped under it. The tape beneath 2 legs was shredded into curled blue threads, and the closet door beside it stood open 4 inches, just enough to show darkness inside. I took 1 step into the room, and then another. Mara, Nora said behind me, lower now. Do not go in that closet. I'm not. But the beam had caught something else. On the dresser top, where I kept my jewelry tray and loose change and a bottle of hand cream, there was a tiny brass bed. One of the dollhouse beds, set neatly in the middle of the wood, as if placed there by careful fingers. No dust around it. No tape disturbed on the dresser top, because there had been no reason to tape the surface itself. Just the object, impossible and solid and real, reflecting a bright point of light back into my eyes. Nora saw it at the same moment I did, and made a sound I'd never heard from her before. Not a scream, more like the breath getting punched out of her. That was in the dollhouse, I said. I know. That was upstairs. I know. We did not move for several seconds. Then Nora backed out of the room. Fast. Nope, no, we are done. Out right now. The spell broke. I grabbed the jewelry tray without thinking, mostly because it was next to the bed, and my hand needed something to do. And the tiny brass bed tipped, fell, hit the dresser edge, and landed point first on the floor. One of the thin posts bent sharply. Leave it, Nora snapped. I dropped the tray back down so hard coins jumped and rolled. We backed out together. I pulled the bedroom door shut, then immediately hated that I'd done it because now whatever was in there, if anything was in there at all, was behind a thin, painted slab I no longer trusted. Front door, keys, shoes, coat. Those things shrank the world again. Manageable steps. I got to the kitchen counter and froze. The bowl where I kept my keys was empty. No, I said. What? My keys? Look, I am looking. They weren't there. Not on the counter, not by the sink, not under the mail. I yanked open the junk drawer. Pens, batteries, rubber bands, no keys. Nora crossed to the hook by the door, checked my coat pockets, the top of the shoe rack, the floor under the radiator. Phone, flashlight, she said. Slow down. I put them in the bowl. Okay, then we find them. My pulse had gotten so loud it felt audible. This is exactly what I hate. I know. You don't know. She stopped searching just long enough to look at me. Really look? No, she said. I do. Right now I do. The kindness in that almost undid me. Then the closet knock sounded again from the bedroom. 3 quick taps. Nora flinched. Jesus Christ. It's pipes, I said automatically, because the alternative was worse. It's not pipes. No, I said, it's not. We tore through the apartment. Couch cushions, bathroom shelf, studio table, my bag, her bag. I found one of my socks in the kitchen and almost laughed from how close I was to losing my footing entirely. Use your spare, Nora said. In the drawer. What drawer? Hall table. She ran for it, opened it. Not here. I got there and shoved past her. Receipts, tape rolls, takeout menus, a dead flashlight battery, but no spare keys. Okay, she said. Okay, we don't need your car. We can call someone from outside. I need to lock the door. Mara, I need to lock the door. The closet knock came again, harder. Then silence. Long, deep silence. Nora put both hands on my shoulders. Listen to me. We can leave without your keys. We can pull the door shut. We can come back with Archero or a locksmith in the morning. Morning. It was still hours away. My body felt flayed by wakefulness. She was right, obviously. She was right, and still, I couldn't move because the idea of leaving without understanding where the keys had gone felt like standing in the middle of my worst childhood memory and agreeing that yes, maybe I was the one who misplaced them after all. I hated that part of myself in that moment, hated how predictable it was. Then something hit the bedroom door from the inside. One heavy thud, not pounding, more like a body or a piece of furniture sliding into it. We both heard the wood jump in its frame. Nora didn't ask again. She grabbed my wrist and hauled me to the front door. Open it. I did. Cold stairwell air hit my face. Dim emergency lights glowed down the hall. We stepped into the corridor and stopped. The dollhouse sat on the work table 3 feet from the door, front still open. The upstairs bedroom inside it, the one with the brass bed missing, was no longer empty. There was something in it, not a person. For one split, nauseating second, that's what my exhausted brain made it into. And then the shape resolved under the stairwell light. It was a key ring. My keys. The red bottle opener keychain my brother gave me in college. 2 silver keys and the brass mailbox key. Laid across the tiny dollhouse bedspread as if staged for a photograph. Nora swore so viciously, it almost reset the room back into normal proportions. I pushed past her, went straight to the dollhouse, and reached in. Mara, wait. I didn't wait. I snatched the keys out of the upstairs room so fast the tiny nightstand toppled over and fell down the little staircase inside. My hand shook hard enough that I dropped the keys once, caught them again, backed away. They're real, I said stupidly. Of course they're real. Inside the apartment, something scraped across my bedroom floor. Long, slow, coming toward the hall. Nora's face changed. The last of the skepticism, or maybe just the last of the hope that there was a clean explanation, went out of it. We can't leave that here, she said. I knew at once what she meant. The dollhouse. No, I said. Yes, if we touch it. If we leave it in the apartment and something in there is moving your actual furniture, we are not coming back to a place we can get into safely. The logic was brutal and immediate. She was right again. We were in the 3rd floor corridor, front door open behind us. Neighbors' doors shut, no footsteps on the stairs. The hall smelled like old paint and someone's overcooked onions from earlier. My apartment beyond the threshold looked normal from here. Lamps still on, kitchen chairs tucked in, nothing lunging out of the dark. Reality offensively calm. Then the bedroom door inside my apartment opened. Not all the way. I couldn't see it directly from where I stood, only the slice of movement at the far end of the hall. White painted edge sliding out. That did it. Nora and I grabbed the dollhouse together. It was heavier than either of us remembered, awkward too, because the front panel hung open and banged against Nora's arm as we lifted. The workable legs screeched against the floor as the weight shifted off them. "Close it," she hissed. "I can't." "Then hold it." I tucked my forearm under the base, the hidden compartment panel still loose and digging into my wrist. The old wood bit into my palms. Nora took the porch side. We turned sideways to get it through the apartment door. Behind us, from inside, the scrape came again. Closer now. Hallway close. "Go," she said. We moved, getting a 3-foot dollhouse through a narrow third-floor apartment doorway at nearly 3 in the morning, while panicking is a stupid, punishing job. The roof caught on the frame. The open front panel slammed into my shoulder. One of the turned porch posts snapped off with a crack and bounced down the corridor. "Stop, stop," Nora said. "Angle it." "I am angling it." Not enough. The sound behind us changed. A sudden rush, wood on wood, faster than before. The kind of sound a chair makes when shoved hard. We both lunged at the same time. The dollhouse cleared the frame and nearly came apart in our hands. I felt something inside shift heavily from one side to the other. Tiny furniture clattered. The base panel slid free and hit the floor. My left palm slipped on the polished underside. The whole thing tipped toward me. I twisted instinctively to keep it from smashing into the hall, and a jagged piece of broken trim raked straight across the meat of my hand. I yelped and almost dropped my end. Blood came fast, hot and slick, instantly making the grip worse. "Jesus, Mara, take it." Nora took more of the weight. I shoved upward with my forearm and hip. Together, we heaved the dollhouse fully into the corridor just as inside the apartment, something hit the front room wall hard enough to rattle the framed print by the door. The sound was unmistakable this time. A piece of full-size furniture overturning. We let go together. The dollhouse crashed onto the hallway floor on one side, roof first, then rolled awkwardly onto its back. Glass panes shattered inward with a bright, brittle sound. Tiny wood pieces burst out across the corridor like debris from an accident. The little interior rooms were suddenly visible from beneath, splintered open. Everything stopped. No more scraping from the apartment. No more knocks, just my breathing. Nora's breathing. Somewhere 2 floors down, a baby starting to cry because of the noise. I pressed my bleeding hand against my sweatshirt. The cut burned deep, more than a scrape, less than catastrophic, but ugly enough that blood dripped through my fingers and pattered on the hall linoleum. Nora stared at the wrecked dollhouse, then passed it into my apartment. "Did we?" she started. "I don't know." The front door was still wide open. From where we stood in the corridor, we could see straight into the front room. My green chair was on its side, now near the fireplace, one leg hooked in the torn tape. The floor lamp had fallen across the rug. In the bedroom beyond, out of direct view, nothing moved. An upstairs door opened. A man in a Northwestern sweatshirt leaned his head out, blinking. "Everything okay?" Nora answered before I could. "No, we need help. And maybe towels." That snapped the world into sequence again. A neighbor called 911. Another brought a clean dish towel for my hand. Woman from downstairs, Tasha, who I'd nodded to in the laundry room a dozen times, but never properly met, stood by my apartment door with her arms crossed and said, with astonishing practical calm, "Nobody goes back in there alone." The building super, Archero, arrived 20 minutes later in unlaced boots and a winter coat thrown over pajama pants, carrying a ring of keys and looking irritated until he saw the blood and the wreckage and stopped being irritated. The police came. Then paramedics. No one was dramatic about it, which in some ways made it worse. They were tired professionals in a tired city at a dead hour. They looked at the overturned furniture, the cut on my hand, the smashed dollhouse, the old apartment with its uneven floors and questionable wiring and front room in disarray. And they did what people do when they can't fit the truth cleanly into a report. They sorted what they could touch. Possible break-in. No sign of forced entry. Carbon monoxide. Fire department checked. No electrical issue. Maybe related to outage, but not enough to explain the rest. Was anyone else inside? Officers cleared the apartment room by room with flashlights and ordinary voices. No one. Bedroom empty. Closet empty. Windows locked. They found my dresser pulled crooked across the floor. They found the tiny brass dollhouse bed bent on the hardwood near it. One officer picked it up between finger and thumb and frowned like he wished very badly not to be holding it. Archero kept saying, "This floor shifts." It shifts all the time, with less confidence each time he said it. At the hospital, they glued the cut in my hand instead of stitching it, because of the way the skin had lifted. 6 steri strips, a pressure dressing, a tetanus booster, instructions not to use the hand for heavy work until it closed. I sat under fluorescent lights while dawn came up pale over the parking lot outside the ER, and all I could think about was the sound of my own chair moving while I stood 10 feet away. Nora stayed the whole time, still in the same clothes, dried blood on one sleeve from helping me wrap my hand. Around 7, she bought us both coffee that tasted burnt and medicinal. We drank it anyway. Neither of us said much. By the time Archero called to say the apartment was secure and the police were gone, the conflict was over in the only way that mattered. The dollhouse was destroyed. The movement had stopped, and I was not going back to living in that place as if it had merely been a long, strange night. What remained was quieter than fear. The chair on its side in my living room. The photograph in an evidence bag on the passenger seat, because I refused to let the police take the only piece of this that felt like proof. The ache in my bandaged hand. The fact that my keys had been on the miniature bed where no sane explanation could put them. We had faced it directly. We had gotten out. We had ended something. But when I closed my eyes in the hospital parking lot, just for a second, what I saw wasn't the wrecked dollhouse. It was that upstairs bedroom inside it, waiting neatly with my keys laid out for me, as if it had known exactly what I would need in order to leave. I stayed at Nora's for 9 days. That was not the plan. The plan, if you'd asked me in the hospital parking lot that morning, was to sleep for 12 hours, shower, go back to my apartment with Archero, and prove to myself that a room was still just a room in daylight. The plan depended on me being the kind of person who could return quickly to the sight of something frightening and impose order on it before fear set like plaster. I turned out not to be that person. Or maybe I was once, before the hand, before the keys on the miniature bed, before the sound my chair made dragging across the floor while I stood in the next room with my friend and a flashlight, and no explanation that could survive saying it aloud. The cut in my left palm was deep enough to make everything clumsy. The ER had glued it shut and cinched it with steri strips, then wrapped the whole thing so thickly I felt like I was wearing someone else's hand. No lifting, no sanding, no solvents in the wound, which meant no work, or not real work. And for a furniture restorer in March, with rent due and 2 commissions already behind, that wasn't a minor inconvenience. It was the practical kind of disaster that sits beside the emotional one and keeps nudging you in the ribs. Nora lived in a second-floor apartment in Ravenswood above a dentist's office, and for the first 2 nights, I slept on top of the guest quilt in her office because I couldn't make myself close a bedroom door. She didn't comment on it. She just left the hallway light on and put a glass of water on the desk beside me, and sometime after midnight, draped another blanket over my legs when I started shivering. Nora Klein, 34, female, had always been good in a crisis in the way people are when they secretly prefer action to worry. Afterward, though, she got quiet. Not cold, not distant, just precise. She made calls. She photographed my bandaged hand for insurance. She reminded me when to take ibuprofen. She went with me to buy cheap sweatpants and a toothbrush because I'd left my overnight bag at my apartment and couldn't stand the idea of stepping back inside yet. But when I brought up the dollhouse directly, her mouth tightened almost imperceptibly, and she changed the subject with the skill of someone redirecting traffic around a sinkhole. On day 3, she said, we should write down what we remember. We were sitting at her kitchen table with coffee gone lukewarm between us. Outside, the sky was the blunt white gray of late winter. The radiator beneath the window pinged every few minutes like a spoon against glass. For the police, I asked. For us, I looked at her. Because, she said carefully, I don't want us sanding this down into a cleaner story than it was. I don't want to start fixing the edges just because the edges are ugly. That sounded like something I would say, not her, which was maybe why it got through. So we wrote it down, not as a story, just facts, time of outage, position of chair, tape broken on dollhouse bedroom door, missing keys, photograph dated March 14, 1998, brass bed found on dresser, damage to my hand from broken trim in the hallway, neighbors hearing the crash when the dollhouse fell, police clearing the apartment and finding no one. We disagreed on small things, whether the first scraping sound in the living room happened once or twice before we checked it, whether the bedroom door had opened slowly at the end, or if it had already been ajar, and I only noticed movement because of the angle, whether Nora first suggested removing the dollhouse during the blackout, or after the video confirmed the bedroom door had been closed. The disagreements unnerved me more than I expected, not because they were large. They weren't. Anyone could have remembered differently at 4 a.m. under stress. But every mismatch pressed on that old bruise in me. The one tied to moved objects, altered certainties, the suspicion that reality could be smudged by someone else's hand, and you'd be left holding the blame for not seeing clearly enough. At one point I said, sharper than I meant to, "You do remember the keys, right?" Nora set her pen down. "Yes," she said. "I know that sounds stupid." "It does." I winced. Then she added softer, "But yes, I remember the keys." I nodded, looking at the page because I couldn't quite look at her. "They were on the bedspread," she said. "Upstairs bedroom. Red bottle opener on the ring. Your brass mailbox key." I remember because that was the moment I stopped caring whether there was a good explanation. That should have comforted me. In a way it did. In another way, it made the room feel colder. The police follow-up was exactly as unsatisfying as you would expect. An officer called me 2 days after the incident. His voice had the distant, overworked politeness of someone checking boxes while reading from a screen. No sign of forced entry. No evidence of a current trespasser. Building wiring old but functional. No gas leak. No carbon monoxide issue. Property damage contained to overturned furniture and the destroyed antique dollhouse. He asked if anything else had been discovered missing besides the temporary displacement of my keys. Temporary displacement. I almost laughed. "No," I said. He paused, maybe hearing something in my voice. "Ms. Bennett, if you believe someone has access to your apartment, you should speak to your landlord about rekeying the locks." I thanked him and hung up. That afternoon, Archero called. He was gentler than before, less defensive about the building, more tired. He said he'd talked to management. They would rekey my apartment and replace the front room lamp that broke in the fall. So said, after a silence long enough to mean something, I checked the floor under where that house sat. "The dollhouse." "Yeah, and nothing," he said. "No trapdoor, no vents. Nothing unusual," he hesitated. "But there were scratches," he said, "old ones, on the work table, like it had been dragged around before." I sat up straighter on Nora's couch. "The table?" "No, the underside of the dollhouse base, before it broke. Little parallel marks." He exhaled. "Could be from moving it. Be from years ago." I'm not saying anything else. But he had said enough. I went back to the apartment on day 4. Not alone. Nora came, obviously. Archero met us there at noon with the new keys, and that particular expression people wear when they want badly to be practical for your sake. The building looked offensively normal in daylight. Brick entry, buzzers, mailboxes with scratched plastic name inserts. Someone had left a flyer for piano lessons taped crooked to the vestibule wall. A stroller sat folded under the stairs. The ordinariness of it all felt almost rude. 3rd floor, my door, new lock, new key turning smooth. I stopped with my hand on the knob. "You don't have to do this long," Nora said behind me. "I know." I opened the door. The apartment smelled like dust and cleaning spray. Not exactly mine yet, because Archero had opened windows and swept up broken glass and righted what furniture he could. But it was close enough that my chest tightened anyway. Sunlight came through the front windows in broad, unthreatening bands. The living room looked smaller than I remembered. My green chair stood upright again, though one leg had a fresh wobble from where it had gone over. The blue tape markers were gone, except for a few adhesive ghosts on the floorboards, and one curled strip still stuck under the baseboard by the fireplace. My lamp had been replaced with a cheap temporary standing lamp from the basement. The bedroom dresser had been pushed back against the wall, though not exactly where it had been. I could tell. I could always tell. We moved through the place slowly. No one hiding in the closet. No unexplained objects on the dresser. No fresh marks beyond the ones we already knew. Nora opened cupboards, checked the bathroom cabinet, even looked under the bed, which made me laugh despite myself. "What?" she said. "That's where murderers are, apparently. That's where dust bunnies and bad choices are." Same family. The laugh helped, briefly. Then we got to the hallway. The work table was still there, empty now. The patch on the wall behind it slightly cleaner where the dollhouse had blocked years of grime. I stood staring at that rectangle of cleaner paint until the edges began to blur. "You can throw the table out," Nora said quietly. I shook my head. "No, you sure? It's just a table." She didn't answer. That was one of the kindest things she did for me in the weeks after. She let me make statements she knew I didn't fully believe and didn't force me to defend them. The photograph had stayed with me. I'd slipped it into a manila folder after the hospital and kept it in Nora's desk drawer while I tried not to think about it. Back in my apartment, it felt unavoidable. "I want to know if this is the unit," I said. Nora crossed her arms. "How? Building records, old listing photos. Ask the owner." "Those are all reasonable," she said. "I'm suspicious of how reasonable they sound." So am I, but reason, or the performance of it, was all I had. Archero didn't know much. The building had changed hands twice in 20 years. He'd only been there 6. The current owner was a property company, not a person with stories. The management office, when I called, sent over a scanned set of old renovation permits that told me the front windows had been replaced in 2004 and the bathroom reddled in 2011. Useful if I wanted to know the age of the grout. Not useful for the photograph. What helped more, strangely, was the neighbor downstairs. Tasha Morris, 38, female, lived on the 2nd floor with her son, and the kind of calm that made everyone else seem a little theatrical by comparison. She worked nights as a respiratory therapist and had the steady eye contact of someone who had seen enough real emergencies not to waste energy performing concern. Ran into her a week after I first came back, when I was carrying a bag of groceries one-handed and doing a bad job of it. "Let me get the door," she said. "Thanks." She glanced at my bandaged hand. "How's the apartment?" I let out a breath. "Standing, that's something." I almost gave the polite answer then. "Fine, better, weird but manageable." Instead, I heard myself say, "Do you know how long people have been in my unit?" Tasha leaned on the vestibule door a second, thinking. "Before you." "Older lady for years." "Before her, I think a couple." "Before that, not sure." "Why?" I hesitated. "Because I found an old photo," I said, "and I think it might be my living room from a long time ago." She nodded, like that was a slightly odd but not impossible sentence. Mrs. Halpern on one had boxes of old tenant junk in the basement storage after her husband died. Frames, dishes, all kinds of stuff. She moved to Skokie last year. Might still be there if management didn't clear it. The basement storage unit smelled like wet concrete and cardboard. Archero let me in with obvious reluctance and stood nearby while I picked through warped banker's boxes and cracked plastic bins under a swinging bulb. I didn't find a clean answer. I found fragments. A grocery receipt from 1999. A Christmas card addressed to apartment 3 via packet of wallpaper samples. A Polaroid of a radiator under a window with no people in frame. Then in a mildewed photo envelope stuck between 2 boxes of outdated phone books, I found 3 more snapshots. Same room. Not mine, but mine enough. Same bones, same fireplace, same line from hallway to front windows. In one photo, the room was half empty, furniture shoved aside, drop cloth on the floor. On the back, someone had written before. On another, a different chair sat by the hearth at an angle, and the note on the back read, "After first move." On the third, the room looked almost fully set up, with a side table under the window and a lamp in the corner. No note, just the date, 3/21/98. "What is it?" Archero asked. "Nothing," I said automatically. Then I handed him the photos. He looked from the pictures to me and back again. "Okay," he said slowly. "So somebody renovated. Or staged." "Staged what?" I didn't answer. Back upstairs, Nora spread the photos on my kitchen table while I stood over them like they might rearrange themselves too. The sequence suggested a room being reset, cleared, repositioned, lived in. A normal explanation existed. Of course it did. Maybe some former tenant had been remodeling and documenting furniture placement. Maybe the dollhouse had belonged to someone in the building who modeled rooms from memory. Maybe the hidden photo in the base was just a reference image, tucked there by whoever decorated it decades ago and forgotten. That explanation covered a lot. Not the keys, not the brass bed on my dresser, not the chair moving while we stood feet away, but enough, maybe, for daylight hours. I moved back into my apartment after the 9th day, not because I felt ready, because I couldn't afford not to. Work had piled up. My hand had started to itch under the last of the adhesive strips, and the alternative was staying suspended in someone else's spare room indefinitely, while my own life waited with all the lights on. The first week back, I left every interior door open. Bedroom, bathroom, closet, cabinets sometimes. I told myself it was for airflow. It was. I slept badly. The refrigerator clicking on at night made my pulse jump. A delivery truck backfiring on the street below sent me upright in bed with my injured hand clutched to my chest. Once, reaching for a mug in the cabinet, I saw the faint scrape marks on my kitchen floor where the chair had dragged that night, and I had to sit down on the counter stool until the room stopped narrowing. My hand healed, not perfectly. The scar pulled when I gripped sanding blocks too hard, and for the first month, I dropped tools more often than I admitted to clients. I learned to compensate. That's what people do. Adjust, then call the adjustment normal. Nora came by often, sometimes with groceries, sometimes with no excuse at all. We did not talk about the dollhouse every time. That mattered. The horror of something isn't only in the event. It's in the way it colonizes conversation if you let it. So we talked about work, about her impossible clients, about whether I should repaint the hallway, about the bakery on Montrose that had ruined us both for mediocre croissants. But every now and then one of us would glance toward the empty work table in the hall and pause half a beat too long. In late April, I took the surviving photographs and the penciled front room after note to a local historical society on a whim so thin I almost turned back twice. A volunteer there told me the building had been subdivided into apartments in the 70s, and that several units shared near identical front room layouts. She said the photos looked consistent with late 90s interior renovation or staging documentation. She was kind and entirely uninterested in making them stranger than they were. That, oddly, helped the most. A plausible explanation for the photographs. A plausible history for the layout. plausible way the dollhouse's maker could have modeled a room in that building years ago and hidden reference images in the base. Plausible is not the same as complete, but complete is rare in real life. More things end in plausible than in certain. By May, the apartment almost belonged to me again. I took down the temporary lamp and bought a sturdier one. I fixed the wobble in the green chair. I repainted the hall where the wall had been cleaner behind the dollhouse, so there was no visible outline left. I put the work table in the studio corner instead, because I could not stand its old position near the hall. I even bought a new plant for the living room, which felt embarrassingly symbolic. And yet there it was, bright and stubborn on the window ledge. Ordinary life came back in increments. Bills, client delays, laundry, coffee grounds in the sink, the relief of clean sheets, the irritation of a smoke detector battery dying at midnight. Summer beginning to push warm air through the drafty windows. That's what the end of things usually looks like, I think. Not closure, just routine reclaiming square footage. The last thing happened in June. Not a big thing. Nothing I could call the police for. Nothing Nora could witness and underline on a legal pad. I was vacuuming the bedroom, cursing softly because the scar in my palm still complained when I twisted my wrist the wrong way. I moved the dresser to clean behind it for the first time since everything happened. Not far, just enough to get the nozzle along the baseboard. Something small slid out from underneath and tapped against my shoe. I bent down and picked it up. A tiny wooden chair leg, painted green. Not the whole chair, just one turned leg, broken clean at the top, no longer than the last joint of my thumb. Dusty from being under the dresser. Old enough that the paint had cracked along one side. I sat back on my heels on the bedroom floor and listened to the vacuum motor die down into silence. Maybe it had been there all along. The dollhouse had broken in the hallway. Pieces went everywhere. One could have skittered under the dresser in the chaos and stayed hidden until then. That is the explanation I use. It is a good explanation. It might even be the true one. I put the leg in the trash. Then, after standing at the sink for a full minute with my hands braced on either side, I took it back out, rinsed the dust off, and sealed it inside a small envelope in my desk drawer, where I keep things I do not have language for yet. I live in the apartment still. Most nights are normal, but sometimes, when I wake before dawn and the building hasn't decided which noises it's making yet, I lie there looking toward the bedroom door I now always leave open, and I think about how easily a room can stop feeling like yours. Not through ghosts, not through curses, through angles, through objects, through one thing set just slightly wrong until the rest of your certainty begins to lean with it. And every so often, passing the hall, I still catch myself glancing at the patch of floor where the work table used to stand, as if some part of me expects to see a clean rectangle there again, waiting. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here, dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, I found my grandfather's old radio, and it broadcasts the future is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The radio said my street name 3 seconds before the crash. Not the whole address. Just the street, clipped and flat through a wash of static, like somebody reading from a sheet in another room. On Mercer, then a burst of fizz, the old speaker rattling in its wooden case. Then, outside the open garage, tires barked hard against wet asphalt, and something hit something else with a quick, ugly bang that made every tool hanging on the pegboard tremble. I stood up so fast I cracked my knee against my grandfather's workbench. For half a second, I didn't move. The garage smelled like damp cardboard, old motor oil, and the sharp metal tang of dust you only get when you drag boxes out of corners that haven't been touched in years. Rain tapped lightly on the half-open side door. Somewhere down the block, a car alarm began to yelp. I looked at the radio on the bench. It was an old tabletop set, walnut veneer peeling at the corners, a cloth speaker grill stained the color of weak tea. I'd found it 10 minutes earlier in the back of a low cabinet behind my grandfather's coffee, cans full of screws and bent nails. The dial face was yellowed, but intact. Zenith, maybe late 40s, maybe 50s. He used to fix things that no one had asked him to fix. Watches, lamps, fans, an electric carving knife nobody in our family had used since the 90s. The radio fit him. It also shouldn't have been working. Not after sitting in a Massachusetts garage for 20 years. But it was on, quietly. I told myself I'd heard the street name after the impact, not before. Memory rearranges things when adrenaline steps in. That was normal. That was explainable. Still, I killed the volume with a twitch of my fingers and went outside. The rain had gone from a mist to something steadier, enough to darken the cracked concrete of the driveway and bead on my forearms. 2 houses down, at the corner where Mercer met Holt, a silver Civic had climbed halfway onto the curb and was kissing the rear bumper of a parked landscaping truck. The Civic's hood had folded like a bent envelope. Steam pushed out in white breaths. A woman in a red raincoat was already at the driver's side window. Across the street, old Mr. Koenig was standing under his porch, awning in socks, phone in hand, staring like the world had finally given him something to do. I jogged over. The driver was a kid, maybe 19, maybe 20. He was conscious, dazed, one hand pressed to his forehead. Blood ran in a narrow line from his hairline into one eyebrow. He kept saying, I'm fine, in a way that meant he was trying to convince himself more than anyone else. Don't move too fast, I said. EMS is coming. I looked down for 1 second. The woman in the red coat glanced at me. You called. Not yet. She gave me a look that managed to say seriously, without being rude, and I pulled my phone from my jeans. My hands were shaky enough that I nearly dropped it. My name is Evan Mercer. I'm 32, and at the time this happened, I had been in my grandfather's garage for most of a Saturday, trying to clear the place before the closing paperwork on the house went through. He'd been dead 8 months. My mother still couldn't bring herself to say, sell, without sounding like she was apologizing to someone who wasn't there. So I'd volunteered to handle the sorting because I lived closest, because I'm the oldest grandchild, because I'm the one in the family people confuse with dependable, when what they really mean is I answer texts quickly and don't know how to say no. I also had another reason. My grandfather, Walter Mercer, had been the one steady adult in my life when I was a kid, and I had not been with him at the end. Rationally, I knew that wasn't a crime. People die in hospitals every day, while relatives are stuck in traffic, or on planes, or across the country in meetings that turn out to mean nothing. But there it was, a private rot I kept covered up under logistics and errands and practical language. I had not made it in time, and some part of me believed that if I cleaned out his garage carefully enough, if I saved the right objects from the landfill, I might make up a fraction of that distance. The ambulance came in 6 minutes. Police in 8. The driver got loaded onto a stretcher with a foam collar around his neck and an expression halfway between embarrassed and scared. Someone from the landscaping company showed up and started swearing about insurance. The woman in the red coat, who turned out to be my neighbor Lena, stood beside me under her umbrella while the drizzle thickened. Lena Voss was 31, and she rented the upstairs apartment in the Blue 2 family across from my grandfather's place. She worked nights as a respiratory therapist at Massachusetts General and had the posture of someone who was always a little tired but stubborn about it. I knew her in the casual, neighborhood way people know each other in places like Medford. Trash day nods, quick chats over snow shovels, one time borrowing her step ladder, another time signing for a package of mine. Dark blonde hair tied up, no makeup, rain boots, a face that looked more serious than it was. "You all right?" she asked. "Yeah." She tilted her head toward the garage. "You looked like you'd seen it coming." I laughed once, too quickly. "I heard the screeching before it happened." "No, I mean, I don't know. There was an old radio on in the garage." I realized how that sounded and added, "Probably picking up a traffic report or something." She looked at the corner, then at me. "Mercer and Holt is exactly the Southeast Expressway." "That's true. Maybe a police scanner. Maybe." She let it go, which I appreciated. By the time the tow truck took the Civic away, and the police had everyone's statements, the neighborhood had folded back in on itself. Doors shut, porches emptied, the rain softened again. Ordinary Saturday noises crept back. A leaf blower somewhere uphill, a dog barking twice behind a fence, a basketball thudding in a driveway. The kind of sounds that tell you a strange thing happened, but not strange enough to interrupt dinner. Lena tucked her hands into her jacket pockets. "You still clearing the garage?" "Trying to. Need help? I'm off tonight." I almost said no from reflex. Then I looked at the open side door, the dim rectangle of the garage beyond it, and felt a small childish reluctance to go back in there alone. Not because I thought anything impossible had happened, because I didn't trust the feeling that it hadn't. "If you've got an hour," I said. "I've got an hour." We crossed back through the drizzle. Inside, the garage felt cooler now. The concrete held the damp. Water ticked from the hem of my jacket onto the floor. The overhead bulb was weak and yellow, throwing more shadow than light. The radio sat where I'd left it on the bench, silent, as if it had never done anything but collect dust. Lena stepped close and looked it over. "That's pretty, ugly pretty, same thing sometimes." I turned the volume knob carefully. Nothing. Then a low hum. Then static, loose and grainy. "No way this should still power on," she said. It was plugged in behind the bench. I think my grandfather kept this outlet live even after the others started failing. "Can I?" She reached for the tuning knob and moved it in small increments. The dial light flickered a faint amber from somewhere inside the cabinet. Stations came and went in fragments. A burst of Portuguese talk radio, a preacher, oldies under static, then blank hiss. At first, maybe. Or just noise pretending to be structure. I started sorting a stack of flattened boxes so I'd have something to do with my hands. There were old receipts held together with a rusted clip, a cracked socket wrench set, mason jars full of washers, 3 dead flashlights, and a tobacco tin with tiny labeled envelopes of screws in my grandfather's cramped block handwriting. Keep, toss, donate. I'd made the categories with a black marker on the cardboard flaps. I kept moving things from one to the next while Lena stayed by the bench, coaxing stations out of the radio like it was a nervous animal. Your grandfather was a repair guy, she asked. Electrical engineer, Raytheon mostly, but he fixed everything anyway. Was he one of those people who never threw out a cable because it might fit something one day? He would have left you his whole estate if you'd asked him that, she smiled. My dad was the same. The calm of it almost worked on me. Cardboard rasping against concrete, the scratch of static, rain pattering on the roof in little wandering bursts. My breathing settled down. That's the dangerous part sometimes. The moment your body decides it overreacted and embarrassment starts replacing fear. Then the radio gave a short squeal and a voice came through, crisp enough to cut the room in half. Male, approximately 30, possible laceration to the hand. Lena and I both froze. The voice wasn't theatrical. It wasn't ghostly. It sounded like dispatch audio rebroadcast from somewhere nearby, flattened by age and interference. Somewhere in the background of the transmission, another voice was speaking too fast to make out. Garage setting, repeat, garage setting. Lena looked at me. That's weird, I swallowed. Very. The transmission snapped back into static. I laughed, but there was no humor in it. Okay. Scanner theories back on the table. Did your grandfather own one? Probably 6. I picked up a metal bracket from the bench and set it back down too hard. My palms felt damp again. A laceration to the hand. Garage setting. It was generic enough to mean nothing. Thousands of people cut themselves in garages. But there's a difference between unlikely and meaningless, and the room had tipped over into that difference. Lena, practical as ever, started tracing the radio's power cord. Could be modified, or picking up some emergency band. Old electronics do strange things. Sentence is doing a lot of work for me right now. Happy to help. She crouched by the back of the bench. There's another wire. What kind? Thin copper, not factory, hang on. I came over and knelt beside her. Behind the radio, disappearing through a hole drilled in the wall studs, was a length of old copper wire wrapped in cracked cloth insulation. Homemade antenna. It ran upward into the wall cavity and out of sight. My grandfather put that in, I said. For better reception, maybe. She tugged it gently. It's fragile. When I stood up, my knee knocked the side of the bench again. This time, a small utility knife skittered off the edge and dropped. I made a stupid grab for it. That's how the cut happened. Not deep, just enough to open the pad of my left thumb on the blade tip before it hit the floor. A bright, clean sting. Then blood, immediate and embarrassing. Damn it. Lena was on her feet at once. Let me see. It's fine. It's your thumb. You use that for everything. I held it under the old utility sink faucet while she found a mostly full box of Band-Aids in the cabinet over the bench. The water came out brown for half a second, then clear and cold. Blood spiraled pink into the basin. As she pressed gauze around my thumb, the radio crackled again. We both turned toward it. Nothing for a beat. Then, through a wash of static, the same flat voice, pressure applied, bleeding controlled. Lena's hand stopped on mine. The garage got very still, but not with silence, with details. Rain drumming softly over the far corner, the faucet ticking because I hadn't turned it fully off, the faint electrical buzz from the hanging bulb, the radio speaker cloth vibrating as if someone on the other side of it had just finished breathing. That, Lena said carefully, is less generic. I stared at the radio. Yeah, neither of us moved for a few seconds. Then Lena took one step back, not dramatic, just honest. Tell me exactly what happened before the crash outside. I told you, I heard Mercer or on Mercer, then the crash. And now this. And now this. Could someone be messing with you? With what setup? From where? I don't know. Her voice stayed steady, but I could see her doing the same thing I was doing, pulling explanations off a shelf one by one and finding each of them bent or cracked. Your grandfather built antennas. Maybe he recorded things somehow. Maybe this thing is cycling old scanner traffic and it's coincidental. Recorded traffic about me cutting my hand 30 seconds before I did it. No, she said. That part I don't have. I wrapped the band-aid around my thumb myself because I needed something to do. My mouth had gone dry. The radio sat there on the bench, dumb as furniture. I thought of my grandfather in this room, alone, tuning dials, soldering wires, writing labels in that neat block print. He wasn't a crank. He wasn't one of those old men collecting tinfoil theories and canned beans. He was methodical, skeptical, the kind of man who tested a battery with a meter even when the label said new. On the shelf above the bench, half hidden behind a stack of paint cans, I saw a black composition notebook with a strip of white tape on the spine. My stomach tightened for reasons I couldn't have explained. I reached up and took it down. Dust streaked my fingers. On the tape, in my grandfather's handwriting, were 2 words, field log. Lena read it over my shoulder. That sounds promising in a deeply unpromising way. I gave a thin smile, but I didn't open it yet. Outside, a siren wailed somewhere distant and kept going north. The rain eased again, leaving the air with that raw, clean smell you get after city pavement cools. The garage door stood open to the gray afternoon, the neighborhood ordinary beyond it. A man walking a beagle. A delivery van rolling past too fast. Nothing in the world visibly wrong. In my hands was my grandfather's notebook. On the bench was the radio. I knew, in a practical way, what the smart options were. Unplug it, put the notebook in a box, come back with daylight and another person and maybe someone who understood vintage electronics better than I did. Or call my mother and ask if she knew anything, though that would scare her, and probably get me a long silence followed by, Evan, please don't start something. Lena looked from the notebook to me. We can stop. That was the reasonable offer, the adult one. The unreasonable thing was that I didn't want to stop. Under the unease, under the sweat cooling on my back, something else had started moving. Curiosity, yes, but also that old guilty pull I'd never quite admitted to, the sense that maybe my grandfather had been trying to leave something in reach, and I had arrived late to it too. The radio let out one soft pop of static. Lena folded her arms. So, we either close the garage, walk away, and pretend this can wait, or we open the notebook and see whether your grandfather left instructions for his haunted ham radio. It's not haunted. Good, she said. That would be worse. I looked at the first page under my thumb, still unopened. Then at the radio. Then at the dim open garage, the wet street beyond it, and the slow coming on of evening. We had a choice. and for one long second, it felt as small and ordinary as picking the next box to unpack. That was the part that made it dangerous. I set the notebook on the bench beside the radio. "We read," I said, and the speaker hissed softly, like it had been waiting. I opened the notebook to the first page, and the smell of old paper came up, dry and faintly sweet, like a closet that had been shut too long. The handwriting was my grandfather's, tight, upright, each letter deliberate. No flourishes, no wasted motion. Field log, unit below it, a date from 3 years before he died. Then a list. Test 1, baseline reception, AM band. Static, low signal strength. No anomalies. Test 2, external antenna engaged. Signal gain increased. Occasional cross-band bleed. Test 3, notable. Intermittent transmissions resembling EMS police dispatch. Timestamps inconsistent with local logs. I felt Lena lean closer, her shoulder brushing mine. Timestamps inconsistent, she read quietly. Meaning what? Meaning he thought it was picking up something out of sync. With what? I turned the page. Test 7, recorded phrase. Male, approximately 45, chest pain, possible cardiac. Broadcast occurred 14:02. Incident verified at 14:09 via local scanner. Lena let out a breath that wasn't quite a laugh. That's not how radios work. No, we flipped ahead. The entries got denser, less like experiments, and more like notes taken in a hurry. Test 11, repeatable, not reliably. Appears tied to unknown variable. Test 14, delay ranges from seconds to minutes. Test 16, hypothesis. Interference from delayed digital signals, unlikely. Test 18, important. Do not act on transmissions without corroboration. Risk of false positives high. I tapped that last line. He knew it could be wrong. Or he wanted to believe it wasn't, Lena said. That too. We stood there, both of us reading, both of us trying not to jump to the obvious conclusion, because the obvious conclusion was ridiculous. The radio hissed softly beside us. I hadn't touched the dial since the last transmission. Lena straightened. Okay, let's say for a second, just as a thought experiment, that this thing is somehow picking up emergency chatter slightly ahead of time. Not predicting, not magic, just lag in reverse. That's not better. It's at least a category. I rubbed the bandaged thumb against my jeans. It throbbed now, a steady reminder that the last thing the radio said had matched reality too closely. Even if that's true, I said, what do we do with it? Sit here and listen to random injuries like it's a podcast. She shook her head. No, we test it. Test it how? Controlled way. We don't run out into the street every time it says something vague. We listen, we log, we compare with real incidents we can verify. I looked down at the notebook again. My grandfather had tried that. The pages were full of it. Notes, times, crossed out conclusions. Didn't exactly crack the code, I said. No, she said. But he didn't have 2 people. And he might not have had access to live dispatch apps, or whatever we can pull up now. I hesitated. This was the part where curiosity started to feel like a decision instead of an accident. You're suggesting we what? Set up a second feed, listen to actual police radio on my phone, and compare it to this? Exactly. That sounds like a terrible idea. It sounds like an experiment. I met her eyes. It sounds like me getting obsessed with something I don't understand. There it was. I hadn't meant to say it out loud. Lena didn't push right away. She just leaned back against the bench and folded her arms, thinking. You said your grandfather was methodical, she said after a moment. He wrote, "Do not act without corroboration. That's not obsession. That's restraint." He also kept going. "Yeah," she said, because he thought it mattered. The radio popped again, a soft electrical tick that made both of us glance over. "Unknown male, mid-30s, possible intoxication, wandering near rail." The words came in pieces, like someone cutting a sentence into strips and feeding them through at different speeds. "Warning issued northbound," then static swallowed it. Lena pushed off the bench. "Rail. There's a commuter line about half a mile east." "I know, mid-30s. Intoxicated. That's not nothing." "No," I said. "It's also not specific enough to do anything with. You could call it in." "And say what?" I said. "Hi, I have a vintage radio that's telling me there might be a drunk guy near some tracks somewhere in the general vicinity." She winced. "Okay, fair." We both stood there, the weight of it settling in. Not the big, dramatic kind of weight. The practical kind. The kind that makes you hesitate before doing something because you can already see how it'll sound when you try to explain it. "Pull up a scanner app," Lena said finally. "Let's see if anything matches." I took my phone out again. My thumb left a faint smear of blood on the screen that I wiped away on my shirt. The app loaded, buffering for a second before a list of local channels appeared. I picked one labeled Greater Boston EMS/police and tapped it. Voices spilled out immediately. Overlapping, clipped, busy. "Unit 12, status. Copy that, be advised." We stood shoulder to shoulder, listening. 30 seconds passed. Then a minute. Nothing about a man near the tracks. Lena exhaled slowly. "Could be a delay. Your grandfather said seconds to minutes." "Or it could be noise," I said. "Random words that sound meaningful if you want them to." She didn't argue. Another minute. Then, from the phone, "Dispatch to units in the Wellington area. Report of a male. Approximately 35, possible intoxication. Seen walking along the northbound commuter rail line. Caller states he is close to the edge." Lena's hand tightened on my sleeve. Yeah," I said. The voice on the phone continued, calm and professional. Units were being routed. Estimated arrival times. Standard procedure. I looked at the radio. It sat there, quiet now, like it had already said what it needed to say. "Okay," Lena said. "That's two." I didn't answer right away. My mind was already jumping ahead, connecting things I didn't want connected. 2 data points didn't prove anything, but they were enough to make the next step feel like a choice instead of a coincidence. "We need to write it down," she said, nodding at the notebook. I flipped to a blank page near the back. Test, E and L. The letters looked wrong in my grandfather's notebook, like I was signing something I didn't fully understand. "Time?" I asked. She checked her watch. 17:42. I wrote it down. The radio transmission, as best as we could remember it. The phone confirmation time. My handwriting was messier than his. Less certain. "Now what?" I said. "Now we keep listening," she said. The next 10 minutes stretched. The rain stopped completely. The garage cooled as the evening settled in. Shadows deepened in the corners where the overhead light didn't quite reach. I became hyper-aware of small things. The way the radio's dial glass caught the light, the faint hum from somewhere inside its casing, the smell of wet asphalt drifting in from the street. Lena paced once, twice, then stopped. "This is where it gets tricky," she said. "How? We can't just sit here waiting for something bad to happen so we can feel clever about knowing it a minute early." "I'm not feeling clever," I said. "I know. But that's what this becomes if we're not careful." I leaned back against the bench, the wood pressing into my spine. So what do you suggest? She hesitated. If it says something specific enough, we act. Carefully, we verify as we go. And if we're wrong, we look like idiots for 10 minutes and go home. And if we're right, she met my eyes, then maybe we help someone. The word help landed harder than I expected. I thought of my grandfather again, sitting in this same space, hearing the same kind of thing, deciding what to do with it. Writing "do not act" in capital letters, then continuing to test anyway. What was his flaw? Lena asked suddenly. I blinked. What? Your grandfather. If he had one that mattered here. I thought about it. Not the easy answers. Not stubborn or private. Something more precise. He hated being wrong, I said slowly. Not in a loud way. He just couldn't leave a problem alone if he thought there was a right answer somewhere. Lena nodded. That tracks. Why? Because that's what this is, she said, gesturing between the radio and the notebook. A problem that looks like it has a right answer. I let out a breath. And you? She asked. What's yours? My what? Flaw. The one that's going to get you in trouble if we keep going. I didn't want to answer that. It felt like admitting something out loud that would make it real. But the garage was quiet, and the radio was waiting, and the question hung there. I don't walk away, I said finally, even when I should. She gave a small, understanding smile. Good to know. The radio clicked. Not static this time. A clean, sudden sound, like a connection snapping into place. Female, mid-30s, vehicle stalled intersection. The words were sharper than before, less broken. Halt and repeat, halt and Mercer traffic, increasing risk of secondary collision. My stomach dropped. That's here, Lena said. I was already moving, stepping out of the garage and onto the driveway. The street looked normal, empty for the moment. Wet but clearing. The light had that early evening gray that flattens everything. Nothing, I said. Give it a minute, she said, coming up beside me. Stood there, both of us staring at the intersection where the crash had happened earlier. The Civic was gone. The landscaping truck was gone. Just the curb, the street, the ordinary quiet. A car turned onto Mercer from the far end, slowing as it approached the intersection. Then it coughed. Not a dramatic failure, just a stutter. A hiccup in the engine. The driver, a woman, mid-30s, hair pulled back, frowned, and tapped the accelerator. The car lurched, then died right in the middle of the intersection. Shit, Lena said. The woman tried again. The engine turned over once, twice, then gave up. A second car came up behind her, braking hard. Tires squealed on the damp pavement. I felt something tighten in my chest. Secondary collision, Lena said under her breath. A third car approached from the cross street, faster than it should have been. Hey, I shouted, already running. The woman in the stalled car looked up, confused. I waved both arms, stepping into the street, forcing the oncoming driver to notice me. He hit the brakes, the car fishtailing slightly before stopping short of the intersection. Put it in neutral, I yelled to the woman. We'll push. She stared at me for half a second, then nodded, hands shaking as she shifted. Lena was already at the driver's side, talking fast, calm, guiding her. Okay, foot off the brake. We've got you, we pushed. The car was heavier than it looked. My shoulder dug into the trunk, my legs slipping slightly on the wet asphalt. The engine gave one last useless cough, then nothing. Keep it straight, Lena called. We got it moving inch by inch, clearing the intersection just as another car rolled up and had to brake. No crash, no metal crunch, just a near miss that dissolved back into normal traffic. I stepped back, breathing hard. The woman rolled down her window. Thank you, she said, voice unsteady. I don't know what happened. It just died. You're okay, Lena said. That's what matters. We walked back to the driveway together, both of us quiet. That was, she started. Yeah, I said. I looked at the garage, at the radio inside, at the notebook on the bench. This wasn't abstract anymore. It wasn't a curiosity. It wasn't something we could file under strange and walk away from without thinking about it later. It had just given us enough warning to prevent something, and that changed the equation. Lena exhaled slowly. Okay, so now we know. Know what? That it's not random, that it's close enough to act on. I nodded, but my mind was already moving ahead, faster than I liked. If it's seconds to minutes, I said, then we're always late, just less late than everyone else. She looked at me, which is still something. Unless it's not enough, I said. The radio crackled again from inside the garage. We both turned toward it. Multiple vehicles, Route 28 possible pileup, visibility low. The words came fast, overlapping. Fog conditions, units responding. I felt my pulse spike. Route 28 was 5 minutes away by car. Maybe less. Lena's expression shifted, the practical calm tightening into something sharper. That's bigger, she said. Yeah, fog, low visibility, multiple vehicles. That's not a minor thing. No. We stood there, both of us doing the same calculation. Time, distance, risk. If we get there early, Lena started. We could warn people, I finished. Or at least call it in with specifics. And say what? That we heard it on doesn't matter, she said. We say we saw something, smelled something, anything that gets them moving faster. I hesitated. This was the line. Helping push a stalled car out of an intersection was one thing. Driving toward a potential multi-car accident based on a voice from an old radio was something else entirely. You said your flaw is not walking away, Lena said quietly. I looked at her. And you said his was not letting go of a problem, she added, nodding toward the garage. The radio crackled again, sharper this time, almost urgent. Update conditions worsening. I made the decision before I could talk myself out of it. Get your keys, I said. I'm driving, she replied immediately. Fine. We moved at the same time, quick, purposeful. I grabbed my jacket from the hook, snatched the notebook off the bench without thinking, and glanced once at the radio. It sat there, humming softly, like it had just handed us something, and was waiting to see what we'd do with it. Outside, the air had cooled further. The sky was dimming into that blue-gray that comes just before night settles in for good. We ran to Lena's car. As she unlocked it, I felt the first flicker of something I couldn't quite name. Not fear, exactly. Not yet. Something closer to the realization that we had just stepped out of the garage and into a situation we didn't understand, with a tool we couldn't explain, chasing a problem that might already be unfolding faster than we could reach it. Lena started the engine. Route 28, she said. Route 28, I echoed. We pulled away from the curb, and behind us, in the open garage, the radio hissed louder, like it was trying to say something else we hadn't stayed to hear. We hit Route 28 in under 4 minutes, faster than I'd ever driven it on a normal day. And still, it felt like we were late. The road cut north-south along the river, a long, straight stretch with traffic lights, spaced just far enough apart to encourage bad decisions. On one side, low commercial buildings, auto shops, a Dunkin', a closed mattress store with a flickering sign. On the other, the dark line of trees along the water, their branches still dripping from the rain. Ugh, Lena said, leaning forward over the wheel as if that might push the car faster. I didn't see it at first. Then, a mile ahead, the air thickened. Not a heavy, movie kind of fog, just a low, uneven haze that pooled in dips in the road, the kind you don't notice until you're already in it, and your headlights flatten everything into gray. "Should we call it in now?" I asked. "And say what?" she said, eyes fixed ahead. "There might be a crash in a few minutes. Say we see low visibility conditions." "We're about to." We passed a gas station on the right, lights too bright against the dim sky. A pickup truck pulled out in front of us, hesitated, then accelerated hard, as if trying to beat something. "Idiot," Lena muttered. The fog thickened. Up ahead, brake lights flared red in a cluster. "There," I said. Lena slowed, easing off the accelerator. The car hummed lower, the engine note dropping. We rolled into the haze, the world narrowing to a tunnel of pale gray and red dots. Then the first sound hit. Not a crash, not yet. A horn, long and angry. Then another. Then a sharp metallic pop that carried oddly in the damp air. "Too late," Lena said. We came around a shallow bend and saw it. 3 cars staggered across the right lane and shoulder. A black SUV angled halfway into the left lane. A sedan behind it with its hood crumpled, steam rising. Another car farther back stopped at an angle like it had tried to swerve and given up. No flames, no pileup. Not yet, but traffic was still coming. "Call it in," Lena said. I already had my phone out, thumb slipping once on the screen before I hit 911. 911, what's your emergency? Multiple vehicles on Route 28 near. I glanced at the nearest sign, half obscured by fog. Near the River Street turnoff. Visibility's bad. Cars are already stopped in the lane. Are there injuries? I don't know yet. We're just pulling up. Stay on the line. Lena pulled the car onto the shoulder, as far off the road as she could manage without dropping into the muddy verge. We both got out at the same time, the damp air hitting my face like a cold cloth. "Hey," I shouted, waving my arms at an approaching car whose headlights were growing too fast in the fog. "Slow down." The driver braked hard, tires squealing, coming to a stop a few yards short of the SUV. "Jesus," he said through his open window. "I didn't see fog," Lena said, already moving toward the first car. "Keep your hazards on." I moved with her, adrenaline pushing everything else to the background. The driver of the SUV was out, pacing, phone pressed to his ear. Yeah, I'm fine. It's just some guy slammed into me." I stopped. And then, "Anyone hurt?" Lena asked. He shook his head. "I don't think so." The guy behind me, we moved to the sedan. The driver, a middle-aged man, sat rigid in his seat, both hands gripping the wheel. "Sir," I said, "are you okay?" He blinked at me, then nodded too quickly. Yeah, I'm fine. He stopped, and I didn't see him in time. "Any pain, chest, neck?" "My chest hurts a little. Seatbelt, I think." "Okay, stay seated. Help's on the way." Behind us, another car slowed, then stopped, hazards blinking. For a few minutes, it was controlled chaos. People getting out, checking on each other, phones out, voices raised just enough to cut through the fog. Then the sirens started, distant at first, then closer. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. "That's it," Lena said quietly. "We got here early enough." Early enough for what? For it not to be worse. The ambulance lights cut through the fog, red and white strobes turning the gray air into something almost solid. Police cars followed, blocking off the lane, directing traffic. We stepped back out of the way, suddenly unnecessary. My phone buzzed in my hand. I looked down, a missed call from my mother. My stomach tightened. I ignored it. Lena nudged me. You okay? Yeah, I said automatically. We stood there for another minute, watching as professionals took over, the scene settling into procedure. Then Lena turned to me. Okay, she said. That was attempt 1. I gave a short laugh. You're already categorizing it. Helps me think. What did we learn? She ticked it off on her fingers. The radio gives us a window. Not big, but enough. The events escalate in severity, and we're not always early enough to prevent the first impact. I nodded. We can only mitigate. Exactly. And we can't be everywhere. No, she said. We can't. That last part hung there, because it implied something we hadn't said out loud yet. We got back in the car. The heater kicked on, warm air blowing against the damp chill in my clothes. My thumb throbbed again, the bandage already loosening at the edges. Back to the garage, Lena asked. I hesitated. The radio was there. Whatever came next would come through it. Yeah, I said. We need to hear the next one. She pulled back onto the road, turning south this time. The drive back felt longer. Traffic had thickened, people slowing near the accident site, rubbernecking despite the fog and the police presence. By the time we cleared it, the sky had darkened further, the first real hints of night settling in. Neither of us spoke for a while. Then Lena said, Your grandfather told himself not to act without corroboration. Yeah, and we just ignored that. We corroborated, I said. We used the scanner. After the fact, I didn't have a response to that. We pulled onto Mercer Street, the familiar houses lining up on either side like nothing had changed. My grandfather's garage door was still open, a rectangle of dim yellow light spilling onto the driveway. I felt a flicker of something like relief. Then we stepped inside. The radio was louder, not blaring, but the static had thickened, a restless hiss that filled the space. Female, approximately 60, diabetic, unresponsive residents. The words came through clearer than before, almost crisp. Address begins with 3 Mercer, repeat 3 Mercer. I froze. There are like 6 houses on this street that start with 3, Lena said quickly. 310, 312, 306, I said, my grandfather's house. No, she said. No, that doesn't make sense. There's no one there. My mother has a key, I said. She comes by sometimes. When? I don't know. She didn't say she was coming today. The radio crackled again. Neighbor reports no response, door locked. Lena grabbed my arm. Call her. I already was. It rang once. Twice. No answer. Come on, I muttered. Could be a coincidence, Lena said, but there was no conviction in it. The call went to voicemail. I hung up and dialed again. Straight to voicemail this time. Okay, Lena said, we check fast. We ran. The front door of the house was locked, just like the radio had said. Mom, I called, knocking hard. Mom, are you here? No answer. The house felt wrong, not in a supernatural way, in a practical way. Too quiet, too still. Back door, Lena said. We moved around the side of the house, through the narrow strip of yard where my grandfather had once tried to grow tomatoes in buckets. The back door was also locked. Window, I said. Evan, we don't have time. I grabbed a small rock from the edge of the garden and hesitated for half a second. Then I smashed it through the corner of the kitchen window. The glass shattered with a sharp crack, louder than I expected. I reached in, unlocked the latch, and pushed the window up. Careful, Lena said. I climbed through, landing awkwardly on the kitchen floor, my shoulders slamming into the counter. Pain shot down my arm. I'm good, I said through my teeth. Lena followed, more graceful. Mom, I called again, louder now. Still nothing. We moved through the house quickly, room by room. Living room empty. Dining room, chairs pushed in neatly. Upstairs, Lena said. We took the stairs 2 at a time. Halfway up, I heard it, a faint sound. Not a voice. A low, irregular thump. My chest tightened. Reached the top of the stairs. The bedroom door at the end of the hall was closed. The sound came from behind it. I pushed it open, and for one split second, everything in me locked up. A figure on the floor, still, not moving. Mom, I dropped to my knees beside her. But it wasn't her. It was Mrs. Koenig from across the street. She lay on her side, one arm bent awkwardly under her, a grocery bag spilled beside her. Apples rolling slowly across the hardwood. Her chest moved, barely. She's breathing, Lena said, already kneeling on the other side. Shallow. Why is she here? I said, my voice coming out wrong. Doesn't matter right now. We need to call this in. I fumbled for my phone again, hands shaking. 911, what's your emergency? Unresponsive female, diabetic, at 306 Mercer. Lena was checking her pulse, counting under her breath. It's weak, she said. Stay on the line, the operator said. We did what we could, positioned her, cleared her airway, talked to her even though she didn't respond. Minutes stretched. Then, finally, sirens again. When the EMTs arrived, they moved fast, efficient, taking over with practiced ease. What happened? One of them asked. We don't know, I said. We found her like this. They loaded her onto a stretcher, IV already in place, oxygen mask secured. As they carried her out, I leaned against the wall, the adrenaline draining out of me in a rush. Lena stood beside me, breathing hard. That, she said quietly, was not your mother. No, I said, and the radio said 3 Mercer, not 306 Mercer. I closed my eyes for a second. Close enough, I said, or just wrong enough to be dangerous, she said. That landed harder than anything else so far, because she was right. We had acted on it. We had broken into a house. We had assumed. And we had been lucky. Lucky that someone actually needed help. Lucky that we weren't explaining to the police why we'd smashed a window based on a voice from a radio. I pushed off the wall, suddenly restless. We need to go back, I said, to the garage. Yeah, why? Because we're guessing, I said. We're reacting. We need to understand the pattern or we're going to screw this up. Lena studied me for a moment. You're tired, she said. So are you. That's not the point. No, I said. The point is we just proved we can't trust it completely. And you want to trust it more. I want to know how wrong it can be. She hesitated, then nodded. Okay, we left the house, the broken window a jagged black shape against the dim light. The walk back to the garage felt longer than the run over. My legs were starting to feel it now. My shoulder ached where I'd hit the counter. My head buzzed with too many half-formed thoughts. We stepped inside. The radio was still on. The notebook lay open where I'd left it. For a moment, everything felt suspended. Then the radio spoke again. Multiple reports structure fire, I stiffened. Commercial building, Elm Street, units en route, Elm Street. 3 blocks over. I looked at Lena. She looked back. We both knew that street. A row of small businesses, a laundromat, a nail salon, apartments above. Fire spreads fast, she said. Yeah, and we're already tired. Yeah, and the last one was off. Yeah, the radio crackled again. Possible occupants inside, that did it. There wasn't a conversation after that. No weighing pros and cons. No careful plan, just motion. We turned and ran for the car again. Behind us, the radio hissed louder, the sound filling the garage like a breath being held too long. And as we pulled away, I realized something I hadn't let myself see before. We We weren't choosing anymore. We were reacting. And whatever this was, whatever my grandfather had been trying to map out in those careful notes, it was pulling us deeper, faster, with less room to think each time. Elm Street was 2 turns away. Then 1. Then the glow appeared ahead of us, orange against the darkening sky. Too bright, too fast. Lena's hands tightened on the wheel. "That's already big," she said. Yeah, we didn't slow down. We couldn't. Because now we knew. If we were late, people got hurt. If we were wrong, we looked insane. And somewhere between those two was a line we had already crossed. We turned onto Elm, and the night opened up into fire. Elm Street was already blocked at the far end when we turned onto it, but not by fire apparatus, by people. They were in the street in loose, panicked knots, half-dressed, phones out, faces lit orange by the second-floor windows of a brick mixed-use building on the north side of the block. The ground floor was 3 narrow storefronts shoulder to shoulder, a laundromat with posters sun-faded in the glass, a nail salon, and a tax office with metal blinds pulled down. Above them were apartments with white trim windows and old rear porches stacked over an alley that ran along the building's left side toward a cramped parking lot in back. The fire was on the second floor and moving up. Not a movie wall of flame. Worse, in a way. Fire licking out under the eaves. Thick brown-gray smoke pumping from the front stairwell windows in pulses, as if the building were breathing badly. You could hear glass cracking inside, and under that the dry, rushing sound of something feeding fast. Lena braked hard at the curb before the corner. "Call 911 again. Tell them visible fire, occupied building." "I'm on it." I was already out of the car before the dispatcher picked up. A woman slammed both palms against the hood as she ran toward us. "My son's up there," she shouted, not to anyone in particular. "My son is still up there." She was maybe 38, Puerto Rican, dark hair loose and half stuck to her face with sweat and mist. Later, I learned her name was Tasha Morales. At that moment, she was just a human being stripped down to the worst sentence in her life. "Where?" Lena said, catching her by the shoulders just enough to hold her still. "What apartment?" "Second floor rear. 2B, he was showering. Ran downstairs when I smelled it, and her voice snagged. He didn't come out. Anyone else? Mr. Callahan upstairs. 3rd floor, old man, slow walker. That was enough. Too much, really. Fire department's coming, I said into the phone, then louder to Tasha. How do you get to the rear? Alley, she said, pointing left of the laundromat. Back porches. Lena looked at me once. We were both thinking the same thing, corroboration. A real building. Real occupants. No ambiguity now. Then she said, we check the rear. We do not go deep inside unless we have a clear shot. That was her being rational for both of us. I nodded, and we ran. The alley was barely wide enough for a car, paved in patched asphalt slick from the earlier rain. Dumpsters lined one wall. The smell hit first. Hot electrical insulation, burning soap, or plastic from the laundromat, and the raw scorched would smell from old framing cooking behind plaster. At the back, the lot opened just enough to show the stacked porches, and a rusted metal fire escape bolted to the brick. The drop ladder that should have come down to the ground was jammed halfway up, hanging useless and out of reach. Smoke rolled from a rear stairwell enclosure to the right, low and dirty. A voice was yelling overhead. Mom, 2nd floor rear window. A skinny boy in a white t-shirt 13 maybe, dark, wet hair plastered to his forehead. He had pushed the sash up and was leaning out so far it made my stomach turn. Tasha's son. He saw her below and started crying in the furious, breathless way of someone trying not to. I couldn't get out. The stairs are black, I can't see. My name is Lena, she shouted up to him, voice hard and clear. Listen to me. Stay where you are, don't climb, don't jump. The boy nodded too fast. I grabbed the lower rung of the fire escape and pulled. It didn't move. Rust flakes came away on my hands. Stuck, I said. Can you reach the first landing? No. There was a delivery van parked crooked in the rear lot, probably from the laundromat service. Beside it were 2 blue recycling bins and a green dumpster with the lid half open. Lena saw the same thing I did. Van. We moved without discussing it. I yanked open the van door, blessedly unlocked, and climbed onto the bumper, then the roof, which dented under my weight with a loud pop. From there, I could just touch the bottom of the fire escape ladder with the tips of my fingers. Not enough, I said. Lena shoved one of the recycling bins against the side of the van and climbed onto that, then the hood, then the roof beside me. The van rocked alarmingly. On 3, she said, pull down. We jumped and grabbed together. The ladder shrieked, but came loose 2 inches. Then stopped. Again. Nothing. Again, and this time something in my left shoulder stabbed hot where I'd hit the counter climbing through the kitchen window. I almost let go. Evan, I know. I set my feet, ignored the shoulder, and hauled with everything I had left. The ladder dropped suddenly, slamming down hard enough to jolt both of us. Lena nearly lost her footing on the slick van roof. Below us, Tasha let out a sound between a sob and a prayer. You first, I said. No, you're taller. And your lungs are better. It was stupid, but she actually flashed me a look for that before climbing. She moved fast, shoes scraping metal, up to the 2nd floor landing. I stayed on the van roof to steady the ladder. The smoke was thicker back there than it had looked from the street. It boiled from the stairwell enclosure and curled under the 2nd floor porch roof, turning the air the color of dirty milk. Somewhere inside the building, a detector chirped weakly and then died. Lena reached the 2nd floor landing and stepped onto the porch. The boy had vanished from the window. Hey, she shouted. Talk to me. A coughing fit answered from inside. She pulled the hem of her sweatshirt over her nose and disappeared through the back door. I hated that instantly. 30 seconds can turn into a mile when you're standing below fire. I could hear thumping overhead, then Lena's voice, then the scrape of something dragged across the floor. The boy appeared first, crawling onto the porch on his hands and knees. He was smaller than he'd looked from below, 13 at most. South Asian, narrow-shouldered, terrified. He had wrapped a towel around his mouth. After him came Lena, bent low, one hand on his back. This is Nikhil, she called down. He's dizzy but walking. Can you come down? I shouted. She looked over her shoulder into the apartment before answering, and I knew before she spoke there was more. He says Mr. Callahan is upstairs, she said. He heard him yelling. Fire department's almost here, I said, though I couldn't hear sirens yet. Nikhil had made it to the stairs. He was coughing hard, knees shaking. I climbed from the van roof onto the ladder and went up 2 steps to meet him. Look at me, I said, 1 step at a time. He did what I said because kids will sometimes trust the first adult voice that sounds like it knows what to do. I got one arm around him and helped him down onto the van roof, then to the hood, then the ground, where Tasha grabbed him so hard I thought she might bruise him. Lena was still above us. She hadn't moved. Lena, she looked down, smoke curling around her head. I heard him again. I knew exactly what she meant. I also knew exactly what she was asking without asking it. No, I said. You come down. Now. The sirens started then, distant, but coming. She hesitated. Just enough to tell me she was measuring the same thing I was. Time against guilt, risk against that voice from above that might already be fading. And because I am exactly the kind of person I told her I was, I started climbing. Evan, don't. Too late. The ladder swayed under me as I went up. My shoulders screamed halfway to the landing. The bandage on my thumb had turned dark with sweat and old blood. By the time I reached the second floor porch, my lungs were already catching from the smoke. Where? Third floor rear, she said. Probably the porch above us or the unit off it. The stairwell's gone. We'd have to use the fire escape. Above us, the third floor landing glowed faintly through the smoke. Not open flame yet. Reflected orange somewhere deeper in the building. The sirens were louder now, but still not here. I should have waited. I knew that. Every reasonable cell in my body knew it. Then a man yelled once from above. Thin, ragged reel. Help, that finished the argument. We went up together. The metal was hot enough now that I could feel it through my shoes. The fire escape shook with every step. At the third floor landing, the smoke thickened so fast it felt physical, like climbing into wet fabric. The back door to the apartment was open 6 inches, stopped by something on the floor. Lena crouched and looked through the gap. Mr. Callahan. A voice answered from deeper in. Bathroom. I shoved the door. It opened another foot against resistance. A laundry basket had tipped in the way. Inside, visibility was almost nothing. A narrow kitchen, hall to the right. The heat was worse than the smoke, an oven blast rolling low across the floor. Somewhere farther in, glass broke with a sharp inward tinkle. We stay low, Lena said. We bent almost double and went in. I remember pieces of it more than sequence. Cabinet edges against my knuckles. A calendar brushing my face. The floor tacky under one palm when I had to steady myself. Lena ahead of me, one hand against the wall. Her voice repeating, Mr. Callahan, keep talking. Then the bathroom door at the end of the hall. Then the man on the tile floor beside the toilet. Big, even collapsed, maybe late 60s. Heavy around the middle, gray hair pasted to his scalp with sweat. Pete Callahan, as I later learned. He had an old walker wedged sideways in the hallway outside the bathroom, as if he tried to turn it too fast and trapped himself. His face was gray in a way that had nothing to do with age. Lena knelt, checked him once with practiced speed. He's conscious. Barely. We can move him. We have to. The problem was simple and awful. Pete was too heavy to carry cleanly, the hallway too narrow for both of us on one side, and the air getting worse by the second. We dragged first. It barely worked. His socked heels caught on the threshold, and his shoulder banged the doorframe hard enough to make him groan. I apologized even as I did it. That's the stupid kind of humanity that survives in emergencies. At the hall, we changed tactics. I got under his arms from behind and hauled, while Lena lifted his knees enough to clear the walker and the laundry basket, and whatever else the apartment had decided to become. My shoulder nearly gave out. Pain flared white and mean from neck to elbow. I bit the inside of my cheek so hard I tasted blood. We made the kitchen. Then there was a sound I felt more than heard. A heavy settling thump from somewhere below, followed by a rush of hotter air through the floorboards. Lena looked at me. We're out of time. We got him onto the porch. The fire escape groaned the instant his weight hit it. Not loud, just enough. No, I said. The landing tilted a fraction of an inch toward the building. Lena saw it too. Don't stop. Below us the lot was chaos now, sirens, shouted commands, red light bouncing off wet brick. A fire engine had nosed into the alley entrance, but couldn't get fully down because of the dumpsters and parked vehicles. Firefighters were coming on foot with equipment, yelling for us to stay where we were, which would have been better advice 2 minutes earlier. We started down anyway. Pete could manage one step at a time if both of us held him, but one step at a time was a luxury the fire did not care about. Smoke poured past us from the apartment door. Somewhere overhead, something snapped, and the lower section of the fire escape ladder buckled outward, just a little, one side dropping lower than the other. I heard someone below shout, "Move, move." We were halfway between the third and second landings, with a half-conscious man hanging between us. There are moments where your mind empties out and becomes a series of blunt instructions. Don't let go. Get lower. Keep him between you. That was all I had. We got Pete to the second floor landing somehow. I genuinely don't remember how. I remember my foot slipping and smashing my shin against the metal rail. I remember Lena making a sound when the heat rolled over us from the open third floor door. I remember the first firefighter reaching the bottom of the ladder with an SCBA mask on and his eyes going wide at the sight of us. Then the ladder gave way. Not the whole thing. The lower left rail sheared from the bolts with a gunshot crack, and the section beneath the second floor landing twisted outward. The firefighter below jumped back. The structure dropped maybe 3 feet and slammed into the side of the van, hard enough to shake the whole assembly. Pete slipped. Lena caught him by the shirt collar and nearly went over with him. I lunged, grabbed the back of his belt, and felt my shoulder tear into some new dimension of pain. For one insane second, all 3 of us hung in a geometry that should not have held. Then hands were on Pete from below. Firefighters, 2 of them. They got his legs. Another got Lena at the waist. Somebody shouted at me to let go. I didn't want to. I think because letting go felt too much like every other time in my life I'd been too late. But they had him. They had her. So I let go. The next thing I knew, my feet were gone. The remaining section of ladder shifted under me, and I came down hard onto the van roof, then off the side onto the asphalt. My left arm took the worst of it. Pain exploded from wrist to shoulder, and my face hit the wet ground hard enough to fill my mouth with grit and blood. After that, everything slowed. Not because it was over, because my body had finally run out of speed. I rolled onto my back in the alley and looked up. Firefighters were on the porches now, cutting, shouting, spraying. Steam punched outward in white bursts where the hose stream hit heat. Lena was sitting on the ground against the dumpster, oxygen mask over her face. Soot streaked across one cheek like somebody had drawn a thumb there. Pete Callahan was on a stretcher, alive, not moving much, but alive. Someone knelt beside me and stabilized my arm. "Don't move," he said. I wasn't planning to. He laughed once inside the mask, a human sound in the middle of all that machinery. Overhead, part of the third floor porch roof sagged and came down into itself with a hot shower of sparks. 2 minutes earlier, and it would have been on us. That landed after everything else. Not like gratitude, like nausea. Lena caught my eye over the mask. Her expression was hard to read through the soot and the oxygen, but I knew it anyway. Relief, yes. Anger too. At me, at herself, at the whole chain of decisions that had brought us there before the professionals and kept us there after we should have backed out. The fire was contained, not quickly, not neatly, but the building didn't take the whole block with it. Tasha had her son. Pete was breathing. No one was yelling from the windows anymore. That was the resolution, if you want one. No miracle, no neat reward, just a narrow subtraction from what might have happened. As they loaded me onto a stretcher, I turned my head enough to see the alley mouth, and beyond it, a slice of Elm Street wet under the engine lights. Ordinary pavement, ordinary brick. A place I could have driven past 100 times without ever imagining it as the center of anything. In my jacket pocket, the corner of my grandfather's notebook pressed against my ribs. I thought of the line in his careful handwriting. Do not act on transmissions without corroboration. We had corroborated this one, and we had still almost died. That was the part that stayed with me longest. Not that the radio had been right, not that it had led us there, but that even when you know a thing ahead of time, even when you get your precious minute or two, the world can still take nearly everything from you inside that margin. The stretcher wheels rattled over broken asphalt toward the ambulance. As the doors opened, I looked once more toward the burning building, and I saw something in the second-floor rear window of the tax office unit beside the fire. A boxy silhouette on a shelf, catching the orange flicker. A radio, old wood cabinet, yellow dial glass. For a moment, I thought pain had scrambled my vision. Then the ambulance doors shut, and the street went red and white. I woke to the sound of wheels and clipped voices and the dry chemical smell of hospital air. For a few seconds, I didn't know where I was. That felt almost good, and everything came back in layers. The alley, the heat, the drop under my feet when the ladder twisted. Lena's hand on Pete Callahan's collar. The shape in the second floor window that might have been another radio, or might have been the loose, mean invention of a concussed brain trying to make patterns out of orange light. My left arm was splinted tight from wrist to above the elbow. Not a cast. Something temporary and firm and expensive looking. My shoulder felt like it had been filled with ground glass. Nurse noticed my eyes open and came over. She was maybe 50, calm-faced, the kind of person whose steadiness starts working on you before she says a word. You're at Lawrence Memorial, she said. You had a dislocated shoulder, a distal radius fracture, smoke exposure, and a mild concussion. You've been in and out for a few hours. A few hours. It's just after 2 in the morning. The room was divided by curtains. Beyond mine, somebody coughed wetly, then apologized to no one in particular. I swallowed. My throat felt sanded raw. The fire contained. She checked the monitor without looking worried. 2 civilians transported from the building. You were one of 4 brought in from the scene. Nobody died tonight. The relief that moved through me was real but thin. It couldn't get traction over the rest of it. Lena, I asked. She was treated for smoke inhalation. She's okay. She wanted me to tell you she is, quote, really mad at you, but not for dying since you didn't. I laughed once and regretted it instantly. That was how the aftermath began. Not with revelation, with paperwork, pain meds, and the slow, humiliating realization that the body keeps score more faithfully than the mind. By dawn, I had signed forms with my non-dominant hand, answered the same orientation questions 3 separate times, and listened to an ER doctor explain that a shoulder can be put back in place fairly quickly, but the muscles and tendons around it will complain for weeks. My mother arrived just after 6, gray-faced and underdressed for the hour, still in the jeans she'd probably thrown on from the floor. Her name is Donna Mercer. She's 61, and she is one of those women who has spent so much of life handling other people's emotional weather that she distrusts displays, including her own. She sat down in the plastic chair beside my bed, took one look at my arm, and said, "I had to hear from a police officer that you broke into Dad's house." Not hello. Not are you okay? It was weirdly comforting. "I know," I said. My voice still sounded wrong. "I'm sorry." She pressed her lips together and looked at the splint. "Are you all right? I will be." That answer made her angry in the way vague answers always did. "That isn't what I asked." I looked at her then. Really looked. She decried already, probably in the car. Her eyes were puffy under the concealer she hadn't had time to do properly. "No," I said. "Not really." She nodded once. That was enough honesty for both of us. The police came mid-morning. Not as adversaries. Not exactly. A Medford detective and a uniformed officer, both tired, both professional, both clearly trying to decide where to file me. Civilian helper, idiot, potential problem. The break-in at my grandfather's house had already been explained by the fact that a woman had in fact been found inside in diabetic distress. Mrs. Koenig, as it turned out, had let herself into the backyard to drop off a pie dish she'd borrowed before the funeral, seen movement through the kitchen window, and gone in through the side door because my mother, in one of those neighborhood gestures that make sense until they don't, had left a spare key with her months earlier. She'd become dizzy, confused, and collapsed before she could call anyone. Her blood sugar had crashed. Timing, not malice. That was one thread tied off. The detective, a heavy-set man named Rourke, with a tired Irish face and a coffee stain on his tie, took notes while I told the truth in the most survivable order I could manage. We heard about the Route 28 collision on a scanner app after seeing fog. We came upon it. We returned to the neighborhood. We learned someone at the house might need help. We made a bad call fast, broke the window, and found Mrs. Koenig. We later saw the fire on Elm and went to the rear when a mother said her son was still inside. All of that was true. What I did not say, because I enjoyed being spoken to like a functioning adult, was that the first notice for each event had come through my dead grandfather's modified tabletop radio minutes before it happened. Even so, Rourke studied me for a long second after I finished. "You have a talent," he said, "for arriving at bad places early." "I'm getting that impression." He didn't smile. "Do not go trying that again." There wasn't really a reply to that. By noon, I was discharged with a sling, prescriptions, and a packet of instructions that might as well have been written for someone whose nervous system had not been rewired overnight. Rest. No driving. Follow up with orthopedics. Watch for worsening headache, confusion, nausea. My mother drove me back to my apartment in Somerville because I told her I didn't want to go to her house, and she understood enough not to argue. On the way, we passed streets I'd driven 1,000 times. A pet store, a church with a sagging vinyl banner, Men unloading sheetrock outside a renovation site. The world had snapped neatly back into place for everyone except the people who'd spent the night under flashing lights. That was almost the hardest part. At a red light near Tufts, she said, "Did you find what you were looking for in the garage?" I turned my head toward the window. Outside, a teenager on a bike balanced one-handed while drinking from a Dunkin' cup. The ordinary recklessness of it made me tired. "No," I said. She kept her eyes on the road. "Did you find something else?" I thought about the notebook in the paper belongings bag on my lap, about the old copper antenna in the wall, about my grandfather's neat block letters trying to warn someone himself, maybe not me, against mistaking for knowledge for control. "Yes," I said. She nodded once, like that confirmed something she had suspected for years. "That sounds like him." At my apartment, she stayed long enough to put a glass of water, painkillers, and crackers on the coffee table like I was 14. Before she left, she stopped at the door. "The police also told me there was a fire," she said, "and that you helped pull people out." "Sort of, no," she turned to face me fully. "Don't do that thing your grandfather did where you make it sound smaller so no one has to react." I looked down at the sling. After a moment, she said, softer, "He thought if he understood a thing completely, he could keep it from hurting people." That was never true. Then she left. I slept badly for 2 days. Not constant nightmares. Worse, in a way, jumbled scraps. The metal shriek of the fire escape dropping. The radio speaker cloth pulsing as if it were breathing. The shape in the second floor window. Sometimes I'd wake with the absolute conviction that I had forgotten to go somewhere, that some event was already happening without me, and it would take a full minute of staring at my apartment ceiling to remember I no longer had the radio in the room and could not possibly be late to a voice I couldn't hear. Lena texted the first evening. "Still alive." I wrote back with one hand. "Technically." She sent, pulled some records. Building on Elm passes inspections, but had multiple complaints about rear fire escape maintenance. No repairs logged. So there's your grounded horror. Cheap landlord, rust, gravity. A minute later, "Also, I'm still mad at you." I stared at that for a while before answering. "Fair. I'm mad at me too." She didn't reply for nearly an hour. Then, "Good. Keep some of it." 3 days after the fire, once my headache had dulled from a spike to pressure, I went back to my grandfather's house with my mother's blessing and Lena's disapproval. She came anyway, which was exactly in character. It was a bright afternoon, cold for the season, too clear, the sort of day that makes bad things look like administrative errors. Mercer Street was almost offensively normal. A yard crew mulched the island at the corner. Someone had left out a free bookshelf with a handwritten sign that said, "Take me." The broken kitchen window had been boarded over neatly by a handyman my mother hired. Inside the garage, everything was where we'd left it, except for the way it no longer felt dormant. Once you've had an object speak into your life at the wrong moment, it doesn't go back to being furniture. The radio sat on the bench unplugged. That had been my mother. She'd done it Sunday morning, before she knew anything except that I was in the hospital, and she didn't like the sight of it humming to itself in an open garage. Lena stood with her hands in her coat pockets and looked at it the way a medic looks at something that bit a patient after pretending to be harmless. "You sure?" "No," I said. "Great." I set the notebook down beside it and opened to the entries after the ones we'd already read. My grandfather's handwriting grew less steady over time. Not shaky, pressed harder, more cross-outs. Test 24, action taken after transmission regarding ice on Fellsway. Car did not crash. Cannot determine if intervention altered outcome or report was false. Test 29, delay widening, 1 hour. Impossible to verify. Test 31, dangerous to assume precision. Words drift, addresses approximate. Severity underestimated as often as overestimated. Then, near the end, unit A may not be singular. Lena leaned in. There, my eyes moved to the next line. Observed corresponding cabinet in adjacent structure. Brookline Ave site, 1114. Did not approach. Below that, one final page dated 6 months before his death. Stopped active monitoring. Incidents increasing. Personal judgment compromised. No grand explanation. No theory wrapped in a bow. Just the plainest sentence in the notebook, and somehow the bleakest. Personal judgment compromised. Lena read it too, and let out a quiet breath through her nose. He knew, he knew he was getting pulled in. I closed the notebook. On the bench, the radio looked smaller unplugged. Just wood, cloth, varnish, dust. The kind of thing someone would buy at a yard sale for $40 because it matched a sideboard. "What are you going to do with it?" Lena asked. I had thought about that question more than I wanted to admit. The clean answer was destroy it. Smash the cabinet, cut the cord, tear the antenna out of the wall. The practical answer was turn it over to someone else, MIT engineer, historian, police, whichever official sounding person was most likely to reduce the whole thing to evidence or junk. Instead, I had spent the last 2 nights imagining other people hearing it. Someone more reckless than me. Someone less lucky than Lena. Someone deciding 1 minute was enough to make them responsible for every bad thing inside a 5-mile radius. "I'm not keeping it on," I said. "That is not the same answer." No. I unplugged the antenna wire from the back. The cracked cloth insulation came away under my fingers. Then I pulled the radio's power cord free and wrapped both separately with old painter's tape from the shelf. My one good hand made the work clumsy. Lena didn't help. I think she knew I needed the full weight of the decision to sit where it belonged. In the far cabinet, behind coffee tins and a broken soldering gun, we found the shipping crate my grandfather must have used when he first brought the thing home. He had written A on one side in black marker. That made my skin prickle more than I wanted it to. We packed the radio in blankets, set the notebook on top, and closed the lid. "Storage unit," Lena asked. "For now. And then, I don't know." That was honest. It was also the only safe answer I had. We carried the crate out together and loaded it into the back of my mother's Subaru. She watched from the porch, arms folded tight against herself, and did not ask what was in it. I loved her for that in a quiet, painful way. By the end of the week, the house sale was postponed. Mrs. Koenig, recovering and mortified, insisted on telling everyone in a 4-block radius that I had saved her by illegal entry, which did not help the police narrative, but did improve my standing with the neighbors. Tasha Morales brought a foil tray of rice and beans to my apartment and cried in my kitchen when she talked about Nikhil at the 2nd floor window. Pete Callahan, from a rehab facility, left a voicemail that was mostly coughing and one complete sentence. "Tell your friend she swears like a dock worker, and I owe her my life." Lena listened to that one with me and said, "That's not even accurate." My swearing is more hospital than doc. We laughed, and it was the first clean laugh since the fire. Life resumed, because it always does in pieces before you're ready for it to count as resumed. I started physical therapy. I answered insurance questions. I sent apologetic emails to work with my right hand and terrible punctuation. The garage got emptied, eventually, though my mother hired help for the lifting after I tried to carry a box one-armed and nearly put myself back in urgent care. I did not listen to the radio again. That is the part people always want to test when I tell them a softened version of this story now, if I tell it at all. They hear old radio and timing and think the interesting question is whether it still works. It probably does. That isn't the interesting question. The interesting question is what it does to a person to think they might know something bad 1 minute early, and whether that minute becomes a responsibility or a poison, depending on the kind of person they already are. My grandfather had written down the answer as plainly as he could. He just hadn't used those words. 6 weeks later, on a clear evening in early November, I was walking home from physical therapy when I took Mercer Street instead of my usual route without really deciding to. Habit, maybe, or unfinished business pretending to be one. The house was dark, sale sign gone, porch swept clean. The corner of Mercer and Holt, traffic moved through the intersection in orderly little bursts under the light. Tires hissed softly on dry pavement. Someone nearby was grilling, and the air smelled like charcoal and onions. Almost ordinary. I stood there for a minute longer than I needed to. Then, from inside the Blue 2 family across the street, Lena's building, 2nd floor, front room, I heard the faintest thread of static through an open window. Just static. Thin. Electrical. Easy to explain. A television detuned, maybe. A speaker cable loose. Old apartment wiring. 100 normal things. I looked up. Lena stepped into the window with a laundry basket on one hip and saw me standing there like an idiot on the sidewalk. "What?" she called. I almost asked. Instead, I shook my head. "Nothing." She narrowed her eyes, then laughed and disappeared back into the room. The static stopped. I kept standing there a second longer, listening to the street, to the traffic light cycling, to a dog collar jingling somewhere behind a fence. Then I went home. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, the ice skating rink in our town, has a dark secret under the ice, is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first sound wasn't the scream people expect in stories like this. It was a soft, cracking noise under the music, so faint I thought at first it was part of the speakers giving out again. Not a dramatic crack, either. Nothing clean or cinematic. Just a dry, needling series of ticks under the ice, while a dozen kids in rental skates pushed plastic penguin walkers in crooked circles, and the blade grind of teenagers cutting across center rink kept time, with the old top 40 playlist coming through the ceiling. Refrigeration units hummed below everything, steady and mechanical. And over by the snack counter, somebody had burned a tray of pretzel bites. So the whole front half of the building smelled like warm salt, old fryer oil, and that metallic cold every rink has no matter how much bleach you use. I was out there with the long aluminum pusher, trying to herd a birthday party away from the far corner before one of them took another spill, when I felt it through my skates more than heard it. A vibration. Tiny, wrong, I stopped. Eli. Someone called from the boards. You dying out there or what? I looked up. My name is Eli Mercer, 27, male, born and raised in western Pennsylvania, in the kind of town that loses one business a year and still calls itself thriving because the high school hockey team keeps making regionals. I'd come back after a failed stretch in Pittsburgh doing HVAC work, and then another failed stretch pretending I was only back temporarily. By the time this happened, I'd been assistant rink manager at Holloway Ice Center for 11 months, which was long enough to know where the pipes knocked in winter, which compressor always ran hot, and which parents would try to slip onto the ice in boots after 2 coffees and no sleep. I'm not proud of this, but one of my private talents has always been not looking too closely at things that might ruin a workable arrangement. A weird noise in a car, a lie in a relationship, a job that only feels stable as long as you don't start asking how stable it really is. You can call that cowardice. My mother called it being too accommodating. Same basic flaw either way. At the board stood Nora Bell, 24, female, lacing up a pair of figure skates. She definitely sharpened herself because she trusted nobody else in the building to do it right. Nora coached the Learn to Skate classes on Saturdays and worked the front desk when she had to. She had a sharp, pale face that never seemed sleepy even when she was tired, and she wore her dark hair in a braid so tight it looked practical to the point of irritation. We'd gone to the same high school, though she was a few years behind me. Back then, she'd been one of those kids adults described as intense, which really just meant she noticed things and didn't let them slide. I coasted over toward her, keeping my eyes on the far corner. You hear that? I said. Hear what? That cracking. She listened. Round us, skates, music, children yelling, the slap of gloves on the boards, the HVAC cycle kicking on in the lobby. Then, under all of it, another faint line of dry popping beneath the ice. Nora's expression changed just a little. That, yeah, she stood, tested one boot edge against the rubber mat, then looked across the rink. Could be temperature stress. Could be. But we were both still watching that corner. The far northeast end of the rink was where the public sessions thinned out first. Not for any obvious reason. The overhead lights worked there. The glass wasn't more scratched than anywhere else. But people tended to bunch towards center or hang near the benches, and that corner stayed oddly open except for little kids who drifted too far and got steered back by parents or staff. Under the ice, somewhere beneath that quadrant, ran old coolant lines from before the 2012 renovation. At least that was what I'd been told by Dean Kessler, the rink manager, in one of his lazy tour of the mechanical room. There had also been, years ago, a leak in the slab. He said that too, then waved it off with a shrug and everything leaks eventually. Another crackle came up through my blades. Nora glanced at the birthday group. You should get them off that side. I know, but I didn't move yet. A little girl in a purple helmet dragged her skating frame toward the corner, stubborn and pigeon-toed, while her father filmed her from the boards with his phone held vertically like he was documenting a moon landing. I pushed off and intercepted her with a grin I didn't feel. "Hey, superstar, let's make a big turn this way for me," she frowned. "Why?" "Because this side's faster." That did it. Kids will do anything if you tell them it's the better route. Nudged the frame around and sent her wobbling back toward the middle. When I reached the boards again, Nora had stepped onto the ice. "You didn't have to do that," I said. "I know." She glided a few feet, bent her knees, and listened through her edges the way good skaters do, like the ice could speak if you put the right part of your body against it. "It's probably nothing." "That's comforting." She looked up. "You asked." From the lobby, the front door banged open, and a gust of wet February air rolled in. Holloway sat just outside town limits, a low concrete building off Route 28 with a view of leafless trees, the river valley, and a strip mall that had outlived more predictions of death than most people in town. It had rained all morning and frozen into a dull gray skin over the parking lot by noon. By 3, the plows had pushed the slush into ridges along the curb. Through the lobby windows, headlights smeared in the wet. Dean Kessler came in carrying a cardboard tray with 2 coffees and a paper bag darkening at the bottom with grease. Dean was 58, male, barrel-chested and broad in the way of men who have worked around machinery for 30 years and let themselves get soft only recently. He wore the Rink logo on everything. Jacket, cap, quarter zip, even the key lanyard around his neck. He had the calm swagger of somebody who believed experience was a substitute for explanation. And most days, he could make that seem true. He saw us both staring at the same patch of ice and sighed before he'd even reached the gate. "What now?" I skated over. "That corner's talking." Dean handed Nora one of the coffees through the gap in the boards. "Everything in this building talks." "Not like that," I said. He listened for maybe 3 seconds. Then he lifted one boot and gave the rubber kick plate a casual thump. "Thermal shift. Under one corner," Nora asked. "Cold's uneven today." "It's been uneven all week," she said. He gave her a look, not hostile exactly, more tired. "And yet the roof remains above us." That was Dean. Problems only counted once they interrupted revenue. Still, he came through the gate and walked carefully onto the ice in his cleated overshoes, coffee steam rising in front of him. He moved toward the northeast corner and crouched, one hand on his knee. The music changed tracks overhead, something bass-heavy and cheerful that felt insulting. Kids skimmed past us in bright rental helmets. Dean knocked twice on the ice with his knuckles, then stood. Well, it's ice," he said. Nora made a disgusted little sound and took a coffee sip so hard I could hear the lid click. Dean turned to me. "Sam, after public session, take an extra pass over that end." That's it. That's it unless you want me to tell a building inspector the floor sounds like winter. You could at least check the plant. I checked it this morning. Check it again. For a second, I thought he might snap at me. Instead, he studied my face, probably deciding whether I was actually worried or just in one of my moods. Then he said, "Fine," after the session. He went back to the lobby with his coffee and bag, like the conversation had closed. Nora watched him go. He didn't check anything this morning. Know that. She turned to look at me, and there it was, the exact thing I disliked having mirrored back at me. That instinct to smooth things over before you even know what they are. You always do that. Do what? Give people the easiest version. It probably is the easiest version. No, she said quietly. It's the version that lets everybody keep moving. That sat between us longer than I wanted. A boy cut too close and clipped my pusher. I steadied him by the sleeve and sent him on. When I looked back, Nora was staring at the corner again, jaw set. There were calmer minutes after that. That's how unease really works. It doesn't usually build in a straight line. It loosens, lets you feel ridiculous, then puts a hand on the back of your neck again. The rest of public skate carried on. Parents laughed from the benches. 2 teenage boys tried to race and went down in a tangle. Someone spilled blue sports drink near the rental counter, and Mick from concessions threw towels on it while complaining that nobody under 18 understood gravity anymore. Mick Dugan was 31, male, and had worked in or around Holloway for so long nobody seemed sure when he'd officially been hired. He ran the snack bar, sharpened skates badly, and knew everybody's gossip before they knew it themselves. He had a broken vein face from too much winter and not enough sunscreen, and he treated every local rumor like a historical record. Around 5:30, when the crowd thinned and the music got louder by default, he leaned over the half door of concessions and called to me. You hear the rink ghost waking up. Nora, unlacing one skate to adjust her sock, shot him a look. Don't start. I'm serious, Mick said. My uncle used to say this place was built crooked over something. Your uncle said the county fairgrounds were over a sinkhole because he lost a truck there once, Nora said. He did lose a truck there. That's not the point. Mick grinned at me. See, she gets mean when she's interested. I'm not interested, Nora said. I just hate stupid. Then you work in the wrong town. I should have laughed. Usually I would have. Another of those small, dry ticking sounds came up from under the ice, and this time I saw a woman near center stop mid-glide and glance down under her skates like she'd felt it too. Nothing visible. No spidering crack. No sag. Just a sound that didn't belong. I went to the gate and stepped off onto the rubber. Where you going? Nora asked. Mechanical room. She stood. I'm coming. You have a class in 20. I have 9 students, 3 of whom cry if I'm 2 minutes late. They'll survive. The back hallway behind the rink always smelled different from the public side. Colder, yes, but also damp concrete, machine oil, mildew in the cinder block seams, and the sour edge of old mop water. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, every third fixture a little dimmer than the rest. You could hear the building better back there. Water through pipes, the compressors cycling, the occasional thunk that traveled through the slab and seemed to come from nowhere specific. Dean wasn't in the office. We found him halfway down the hall at the vending machine, trying to tilt a pack of crackers loose without setting down his coffee. He saw us and frowned. Why are you both back here? Check the plant now, Nora said. He straightened. You're not my supervisor. No, but if something's off under the slab, it's not. You don't know that. He looked at me. You drag her back here. She came on her own. Coward, Nora said without looking away from Dean. That almost made me smile. Dean pinched the bridge of his nose, then dug his keys from his pocket with more force than needed. Fine. Happy now. Let's go admire the loud, expensive machines. The mechanical room door stuck in damp weather. Dean had to shoulder it. A wash of hotter air rolled out carrying the chemical tang of coolant and the dust-burned smell of old motors. The room itself was all function. Insulated pipes, gauges, valve wheels painted red years ago and chipped down to metal, compressor housings, warning stickers half peeled from cabinets. The noise in there was constant and layered, enough that you felt it in your sternum. I knew the rough layout. I knew where the pressure should sit on a normal day, what temperature ranges Dean liked to mutter about, which unit needed coaxing during cold snaps. But I was not, despite my months of pretending, a refrigeration expert. Dean walked in with the confidence of a man inside his church. He glanced at the gauges, set down his coffee, and tapped one with a fingernail. See what? Nora asked. Everything where it should be. She stepped closer. Then why's that line sweating? Dean turned. One insulated pipe near the back wall had a line of moisture beating down the wrap, darkening it. Not a gush. Not even a leak, exactly. Just enough wetness to stand out. Condensation, Dean said. In February, warm room, cold pipe. Nora crouched and touched the concrete below it. Her fingertips came away wet. I moved nearer. That's not from the floor drain. No, she said. Dean was already reaching for a rag from the workbench, wiping the pipe as if removing the evidence would settle the argument. It's fine. Then there was a sound from beyond the far wall. Not from the machinery, not from the hallway. A blunt metallic knock, followed by a scraping drag so brief it might have been imagined. All three of us froze. Dean looked toward the back foundation wall. Probably expansion. Nora stood slowly. Behind that wall is the old service crawl, right? Dean didn't answer fast enough. I looked at him. Right, he shrugged, too casual. Used to be. Sealed off after the renovation. Another sound. Lighter this time. Something shifting against concrete. The room stayed loud with machines, but underneath them, I could feel my body changing its mind about the day. My shoulders tightening, my mouth going dry. Every ordinary explanation still available, and all of them beginning to feel thinner than they had 10 minutes earlier. From the rink side of the building came the muffled burst of kids arriving for Nora's class, then the shrill peep of the rental scanner at the front desk. Life continuing, stupidly normal. Nora looked from the damp pipe to the back wall to Dean. What's in the crawl space? Nothing. Then open it. Dean actually laughed at that, one short disbelieving breath. There's no it. It's boarded behind storage shelving from this side and poured shut from the other. Then how do you know there's nothing in there? He picked up his coffee. Because there's never been anything in there. The scraping came again. Longer. Unmistakable now. Nobody said anything. Out in the hallway, a child laughed, followed by the squeal of skate blades on rubber matting. Inside the mechanical room, a bead of water formed on the insulated pipe and fell to the floor between us. Dean set his coffee back down. Nora folded her arms, not to look tough, I realized, but because she was cold or scared or both. My class starts in 3 minutes, I said. Public session's almost over. Dean stared at the wall. And there it was, the choice arriving before the explanation. Ignore it until the building empties, keep the night moving, and tell ourselves it can wait an hour, or start pulling the shelving away right then, in the middle of business, and find out what was making noise behind a sealed space under a rink full of people. Nobody moved first. Dean didn't move, so I did. That's not how I usually handle things. My whole life, I've been good at letting someone else take the first step, waiting to see what the room decides, then adjusting myself to fit it. But the scraping came again, louder this time, and something about hearing it in a room full of machinery, where every normal sound already had a place, made it feel like it didn't belong anywhere. I stepped toward the shelving unit along the back wall. "Eli," Dean said, not raising his voice yet. "Leave it." "What's actually behind here?" I asked, gripping the metal edge of the shelf. "Storage, old junk, and a sealed crawl that goes nowhere. Then it won't matter if we look. It will matter if you start tearing into things during business hours." Another knock, this one sharper, closer. Nora had already moved beside me. "Help me shift it." Dean let out a breath through his nose. Jesus Christ. But he didn't stop us. The shelving wasn't bolted down, just heavy. Boxes of old rental skates, a cracked plastic bin full of hockey pucks, a coil of hose that smelled faintly like coolant. The floor beneath was darker, damp in patches, and when we dragged the unit far enough, a section of the cinder block wall came into view that didn't match the rest. It was newer, rougher, like it had been filled in later. "There," Nora said quietly. A rectangular patch, maybe 4 feet across, where the mortar lines didn't align with anything else. Someone had bricked it over, but not with much care for appearances. Dean rubbed his jaw. "That's what I meant, sealed." The scraping came again, unmistakable now. Something shifting against the other side. Slow, not random. Like whatever was there had weight. My chest tightened. "Could be a pipe loose in there," I said, already hearing how thin that sounded. "Pipes don't drag," Nora said. Dean stepped forward finally, closer to the wall. He leaned in, listening. The machines filled the room with their constant noise, but you could still pick it out if you focused, the faint, irregular movement behind the bricks. Then a dull thud, enough to make dust shake loose from the mortar. Dean straightened. "Okay, that was it, just okay." "What does that mean?" I asked. "It means," he said, turning to the workbench, "we don't open that right now." Nora laughed once sharp. "You're serious?" "Yes, I'm serious. There's something moving back there. There's something shifting. That's not the same thing." "Dean," he cut her off, grabbing a flashlight from the bench. "We've got a full class out front and a public session still wrapping. You start knocking holes in walls, you're shutting down the rink. You want to explain that to 50 people. I did a quick count in my head. Public session was down to maybe 20 skaters now. Nora's class would add another 10 plus parents. Not a crowd, but enough. If it's a pipe," I said, "and it fails under the slab, it's not failing. You don't know that. I know this system better than you do." Another thud, harder. The 3 of us froze again. This one didn't sound like a pipe. Nora looked at me, not Dean. "We can't leave it," Dean snapped. "We are leaving it for 10 minutes. We clear the ice, get everyone out, then we deal with it properly." "And if something happens in those 10 minutes," she said, "nothing's going to happen in 10 minutes. That was the line. The one people always use right before something does. I swallowed. My instinct, the old one, was already kicking in. Defer. Let Dean handle it. He'd been here longer. He knew the systems. He'd probably seen weirder things than this, and they'd all turned out fine. Except he hadn't checked the plant this morning. I knew that now, and he was still calling this normal. Another scrape, longer, followed by something that sounded like a faint, wet shifting. I pictured the ice out there, families skating, kids falling, getting up, laughing, the northeast corner quiet as always. "Fine," I said. "We clear the ice now." Dean hesitated. That alone told me everything. "You think I'm overreacting," I said. "But if I'm not, you're jumping ahead," he said. "Then humor me." Nora added, "We can frame it as maintenance. No one's going to panic." Dean looked between us, calculating. Lost revenue, angry parents, a call to the owner, paperwork, all of it stacked against the possibility, still theoretical, that something was wrong. Then, finally, he nodded once. 5 minutes. We didn't argue that down. The rink felt different when we came back out. Same lights, same music, same scuffed ice and chatter. But now I could hear it, the faint, irregular ticking under everything, like something tapping from far below. Nora skated out ahead of me, clapping her hands. "All right, guys, we're going to clear the ice for a quick maintenance check. Just head toward the benches, please." There were groans, a few jokes. One dad shouted, "Already paid for the hour," like it was a courtroom objection. "It'll just be a few minutes," I said, forcing a smile. "We'll get you back out as soon as we can." Most people complied. They always do when you sound confident enough. A couple of teenagers lingered until Nora skated directly toward them and pointed. They moved. Dean stayed near the gate, arms folded, watching the crowd thin. I kept my eyes on the northeast corner. The ice looked fine, smooth, no visible cracks, no discoloration, just the faintest sense, maybe imagined, that it wasn't as solid as the rest. Like the surface was slightly off, hard to describe. When the last skater stepped off, Nora shut the gate behind them. The building quieted. Without bodies on the ice, the sound changed. Less chaotic, more hollow. The music still played, but softer somehow, like it didn't belong in the empty space. And under it, a crack, clearer now, louder. Dean heard it too. I saw it in his posture. "Okay," he said, "Zam it. See what the surface looks like." I nodded and headed for the Zamboni Bay. The machine coughed to life with its usual stubbornness. Diesel engine rumbling, blade assembly clanking into position. It was a comfort, in a way. Something loud and predictable. I drove it out onto the ice, slow and steady, letting the blade shave a thin layer from the surface. The usual hiss of water laying down behind me. The routine I knew. First pass across center. Second pass, angling toward the far side. As I approached the northeast corner, the vibration came up through the steering column. Subtle, but there. Different from the rest of the rink. I slowed. The blade scraped, and for a second I thought I saw it, a faint line in the ice, no wider than a hair, running diagonally through the corner. "Eli," Nora's voice from the boards. "I think the ice made a sound. Not a crack this time. A low, dull pop, like pressure releasing somewhere underneath." The Zamboni jolted. Not hard, just enough to throw my hands tight on the wheel. "Back it up," Dean called. I did, slow, careful. The machine reversed off the corner, blade lifting slightly as I eased away. The line in the ice was still there. Or maybe it was. Hard to tell with the fresh water layer already settling. I parked the Zamboni halfway across the rink and climbed down. Nora was already stepping onto the ice again. "Don't," Dean said. "I'm not going out there blind," she shot back. She skated toward the corner, slower this time, testing each push, listening again through her edges. I followed on foot along the boards, heart doing that tight, shallow thing it does when you're waiting for something to happen, but don't know what shape it'll take. Nora reached the spot and crouched. "Do you see it?" I asked. "Maybe." She leaned closer, one glove brushing the surface. "There's a line, but it's shallow." Another pop, closer. Nora jerked back slightly. "Okay," she said, standing up. "That's not just surface." Dean stepped onto the ice despite himself, cleats scraping. "We shut it down for the night." "That's it," I said. "That's it. We call maintenance first thing in the morning. And if it's worse than that," he didn't answer. From the lobby, we could hear voices rising. Parents asking questions, kids whining about being kicked off early, normal life pressing in. Nora looked at me again. "We need to know what's under there," Dean snapped. "No, what we need is to not turn this into a liability nightmare." "Someone could get hurt," she said. "They're not on the ice anymore. But tomorrow, we have people who actually know what they're doing. Look at it." I opened my mouth to argue, and then it happened. A sharp, cracking report from the corner, loud enough to echo. All three of us turned. The line in the ice was visible now. No question, thin, but there, running like a fault line across the surface. And then, slowly, almost imperceptibly, the ice sagged. Just a fraction. A dip you could miss if you weren't looking straight at it. But I was. "Everyone out of the building," I said, louder than I meant to. Dean stared at the corner, face going still. Nora didn't wait. She skated hard for the gate, already shouting into the lobby. "We need you to move outside now, please, everyone outside." Confusion turned to tension fast. You could feel it ripple through the room. I grabbed the rink phone from the wall and dialed 911 with hands that felt steadier than I expected. "This is Holloway Ice Center," I said when they picked up. "We have a possible structural issue under the rink. The ice is shifting." They asked questions. Address, injuries. I answered what I could. Behind me, the ice made another sound. Not loud, not dramatic, just a soft, continuous creak, like something underneath was adjusting its weight. We got most people out within minutes. Cold air rushed in every time the door opened, carrying the smell of wet pavement and exhaust. Parents gathered in the parking lot, kids bundled in coats over skates, everyone talking at once. A couple of people tried to come back in for forgotten gloves or phones. Nora blocked them, firm and unyielding. Dean paced near the entrance, on his phone now, talking to someone, probably the owner, voice low and tight. I stood just inside the doors, watching the rink. The ice wasn't collapsing. Not yet. But that dip in the corner was still there. Subtle, waiting. And beneath it, a movement. Not a sound this time. A shift. Like something under the slab had just settled into a new position. My stomach dropped. Because whatever this was, it wasn't just a crack. It was something under the ice. And we had just cleared the building without actually knowing what it was. Behind me, sirens started in the distance. Relief should have come with that. It didn't, because the problem wasn't just that something was wrong. It was that we didn't know how wrong. And as I watched, the line in the ice spread another inch. The first responders didn't rush in the way you see on TV. They arrived fast, sirens cutting through the wet evening, lights painting the parking lot red and blue. But once they were out of their vehicles, everything slowed down. Measured steps, radios crackling. Questions first, movement second. That somehow made it worse. I stood just inside the main doors, arms wrapped tight across my chest without realizing it, watching as two firefighters in heavy coats and helmets stepped into the lobby, boots squeaking on the wet tile. "Who called it in?" one of them asked. "I did," I said, raising a hand. He nodded. "Walk me through it." His name tag said HARRIS. Mid-40s, male, broad shoulders, the kind of steady presence that usually makes things feel manageable. He didn't look at the rink right away. He looked at me, listening. I explained as clearly as I could. The sound, the crack, the sag, the mechanical room, the crawl space. Behind me, Nora hovered near the rental counter, arms still folded, her braids slightly loosened now, strands coming free around her face. She hadn't stopped moving since we cleared the building, guiding people out, answering questions, refusing to let anyone back inside. Dean stood a few feet away, phone pressed to his ear, jaw tight. I'm telling you, it's contained. We've evacuated. No injuries yet. A pause. Yes, I know what it costs to shut down. Harris listened to me without interrupting, then glanced past me toward the rink. Anyone still inside? He asked. Just us. He nodded again, then keyed his radio. We've got a potential structural issue under the rink floor. No confirmed collapse. Requesting a utility shutoff and a structural team. A second firefighter, Lopez, early 30s, female, stepped forward and peered through the glass toward the ice. Can we take a look? She asked. I hesitated, just for a second. That instinct again, to defer, to let someone else make the call. But Harris was already watching me. It's your building, he said. You tell us how it behaves. I swallowed. I'll show you. The rink looked different now that it was empty. No music. Dean must have cut it at some point. Just the low hum of the refrigeration system and the faint tick of cooling metal in the building. The overhead lights buzzed louder without voices to cover them. The ice stretched out in front of us, pale and smooth, except for that one corner, the northeast. You could see it now, no question. The line running through it, not wide, not dramatic, but wrong, like a crease pressed into something that shouldn't crease. And the dip, still shallow, but deeper than before. Harris stepped onto the rubber edge, stopping just short of the ice. Nobody goes out there, he said immediately. Agreed, I said. Lopez circled along the boards, crouching near the glass to get a better angle. That's not just surface, she said. Something giving underneath. Coolant lines, Harris asked. Could be, I said. Or the slab, Nora spoke up from behind us. There's a sealed crawl space behind the mechanical room. We heard movement from it. Both firefighters turned. Movement. Harris repeated. Scraping, she said. Knocking. Not consistent, not mechanical. Dean stepped in then, finally off his call. Could be debris shifting, old space. Nothing been in there for years. You sealed it, Lopez asked. Before my time, Dean said. Renovation, they closed it off. Harris looked between the three of us. We'll need to see that, I nodded. This way. The back hallway felt tighter with more people in it. Boots thudding on concrete. Radios murmuring. The smell of damp and oil stronger now that the front doors were closed again. By the time we reached the mechanical room, 2 more responders had joined us, along with a utility tech in a reflective vest, who immediately went to the main panel to start shutting down non-essential systems. The door stuck again. Harris forced it open this time. The heat hit us, the noise, and underneath it the sound, clearer now, not masked as much by the chaos of the rink. A dragging scrape, then a dull, hollow knock. Lopez swore under her breath. That's not pipes. Dean didn't answer. Harris moved toward the back wall, flashlight beam cutting across the uneven brickwork. This the sealed section. That's it, I said. The damp patch on the floor had spread slightly. The insulated pipe still beaded with moisture, droplets falling at a steady, patient rhythm. Harris crouched, pressing his gloved hand against the wall. He held it there, eyes narrowing. Feel that, he said. Stepped closer, pressing my own palm against the bricks. At first, nothing. Then a faint vibration, not constant, not rhythmic, but there, like something shifting its weight on the other side. My throat tightened. We need to open it, Nora said. Dean shook his head immediately. No, that's not, Harris cut him off. We need to see what's back there. It's a confined space, Dean said. No ventilation, no access. All the more reason, Harris said. If something's compromised, we need eyes on it. Dean looked at me again, like I was supposed to back him up. I didn't. Open it, I said. That was the first attempt. They didn't smash the wall, not right away. Procedure first. Always. The utility tech killed power to the refrigeration system. The hum of the compressors died slowly, winding down into an eerie quiet that made the smaller sounds sharper. The dripping. The faint scrape behind the wall. Harris had one of the firefighters bring in a rotary hammer from the truck. Heavy, loud, the kind of tool that makes it clear you're about to cross a line you can't easily uncross. Dean hovered near the doorway, arms crossed again, but he wasn't arguing anymore. Nora stood beside me, close enough that I could feel the tension in her posture. "You okay?" I asked quietly. She nodded, then shook her head. "No, yeah." Harris positioned the bit against the newer section of brick. "Everyone back." We stepped away. The hammer kicked to life, a violent, grinding roar that filled the room. Dust shook loose immediately, a fine gray cloud that caught in the light. The first brick cracked, then another. Chunks fell inward. The sound from behind the wall changed sharper now, reacting to the impact. A sudden, heavy thud. Everyone froze. Harris cut the hammer. Silence. Then a scraping rush, fast, like something pulling back suddenly. Lopez lifted her light, beam steady. "What the hell was that?" "Could have been debris shifting," Dean said, but his voice had lost its certainty. Harris didn't answer. He restarted the hammer. More bricks came loose. A hole opened, jagged-edged, big enough to peer through. Dust hung thick in the air. It smelled old, stale, like something sealed too long. Harris shut off the hammer and crouched, shining his flashlight into the opening. We all leaned in instinctively. The beam cut into darkness, revealed nothing. Empty space, concrete floor, low ceiling, a narrow crawl area running parallel to the wall. No movement, no pipes, just water, Nora said. She was right. The floor of the crawl space wasn't dry. A thin layer of water coated it, reflecting the flashlight beam in dull, rippling patches. "Groundwater," I said. "Maybe," Harris said, "or a leak." He shifted the light. The beam caught on something else. Scratches. Long, irregular marks along the concrete floor. Not deep, but numerous. Overlapping. Like something had been dragged repeatedly across the surface. Lopez leaned closer. "Those aren't from pipes." "No," Harris said. Behind us, something clanged in the mechanical room, a loose panel settling after the power shut off. I flinched. For a split second, it felt like something had moved behind me. Heart hammering, I turned. Nothing, just the room, the machines now quiet, the pipe, the dripping water, misdirection. My brain filling in threats where there weren't any. I forced a breath out. "Okay," Harris said. "We need a better look. Lopez, mask up. We're going in." "That's not safe," Dean said reflexively. Harris didn't even look at him. "We're not going far, just enough to assess." Lopez pulled a respirator from her gear, fitted it quickly, then dropped to her knees and slid through the opening, boots splashing lightly in the shallow water. Her flashlight beam bobbed as she moved. "Careful," I said before I could stop myself. She gave a quick thumbs up. We watched. She crawled forward a few feet, light sweeping the floor, the walls, the low ceiling. "Water's maybe an inch deep," she called. "Concrete looks intact. No obvious collapse from this side." "Follow it toward the rink," Harris said. She shifted direction, moving deeper. The beam slid along the floor, caught on something. She stopped. "What is it?" Harris asked. "Hold on." She leaned closer. The light steadied. And then she said, "There's a gap." My stomach dropped. What kind of gap? In the concrete, like a seam. Maybe where the slab meets this space. Is it open? Harris asked. Yeah, she said. A few inches. Maybe more under the water, a seam. Under the rink. I pictured it immediately. The slab above the ice. The sagging corner. Is water coming through? I asked. Hard to tell, she said. It's already wet down here. Check for flow, Harris said. She shifted again, angling the light. And then she sucked in a breath. Something moved. Every muscle in my body locked. Where? Harris said, calm but sharp. In the water, right near the seam. Could be current, he said. Yeah, she said, could be. But she didn't sound convinced. Was the second attempt. We pulled her back out, not because we had answers, because we didn't. Harris stood, dust on his knees, eyes on the hole in the wall. We've got water intrusion under the slab, possible erosion. That seam could be widening. Meaning, Dean said, meaning that corner of the rink might not have full support anymore. The words landed heavy. Nora looked at me. A sinkhole, not a classic one, Harris said, but a void forming maybe, undermining the slab. And the noises. I asked. Water movement, he said, debris shifting. Could be anything down there. Logical, grounded, terrifying anyway. Dean ran a hand over his face. So we shut down, call structural, pump the water out, reinforce. That's the plan, Harris said. It should have felt like progress. It didn't, because the sounds hadn't stopped. Even now, with the wall open, the room quiet, we could still hear it, faint, irregular, from deeper than the crawl space. Lopez stepped closer to the hole again, peering in. That seems not just a crack, she said. It drops off. How far? Harris asked. She shook her head. Couldn't see the bottom. Light didn't reach a hollow space. Under the rink, under the slab. My mind started connecting things I didn't want it to. The old leak Dean mentioned, the renovation, the sealed crawl. Why was this space sealed? I asked. Dean hesitated, just for a second. Old code issues, he said. They closed it off when they updated the system. That's not an answer, Nora said. It's the only one I have. Another sound. Not from the wall this time, from above. A sharp, cracking snap. All of us looked up instinctively. Then a low, grinding shift. From the rink. Get out, Harris said immediately. Now, we didn't argue. We moved fast down the hallway, boots and shoes pounding against concrete, the building suddenly feeling too tight, too full of pressure. As we pushed through the door back toward the rink, I could hear it clearly now. The ice, not cracking, moving, a deep, slow creak like something heavy settling. We burst into the rink area and stopped. The northeast corner had dropped, not collapsed, but sunk enough that you could see it. A visible depression now, several inches lower than the surrounding ice. The surface had fractured, lines spreading outward like a web. Water had started to seep up through the cracks, pooling on the surface. Jesus, Nora whispered. Harris was already on his radio, calling for immediate structural support, evacuation perimeter expansion. But I barely heard him, because as I watched, the depression shifted again. Lower, and then a section of the ice gave way completely. Not a massive collapse, not dramatic, a chunk, maybe 3 feet across, dropping, breaking through, revealing dark water beneath. Not just a thin layer. Depth, black, cold, and moving slightly, rippling as if something below had disturbed it. The room filled with the sound of water lapping against broken ice. No one spoke, because whatever was under the rink, it wasn't just a leak, and the slab wasn't just cracking. It was failing, And now that it had started, there was no stopping it. The first person to go back in was Dean, not because he was brave, not exactly. It was uglier than that. The owner had called again, while Harris was setting a wider perimeter outside, and I watched Dean stand just inside the lobby doors, one hand over his free ear, saying things like, "No, I understand," and "I'm telling you, it's localized." And then, after a long silence, "There are kids' bags and rentals still in there, and the cash drawers." He kept his voice low, but in an empty building, low carries. Nora heard it too. She looked at me with that flat, exhausted disbelief she'd been wearing for the last hour and said, "Tell me he's not thinking about insurance paperwork right now." I wanted to say he was. I wanted to give her the easiest version again. Then Dean hung up, shoved the phone into his pocket, and headed for the side hallway. "Dean," I said. He didn't stop. Harris, who was near the front entrance speaking into his radio, turned at the sound of my voice. "Sir." Nobody re-enters. Dean finally looked back. His face had changed. Less dismissive now. Harder, but also a little blank around the eyes, like something old in him had clicked into place. "The owner wants the office server and the safe box out," he said. "If that section goes, we lose everything." "The office isn't in that section," Nora snapped. "The rental room is adjacent. If the slab shifts further, it could take the wall with it." Harris walked toward him, slow, controlled. "You are not going back into an unstable structure for property." Dean looked at the rink beyond the lobby glass. The northeast corner had sunk another inch, maybe two. Broken ice now ringed the hole, and black water sloshed below, reflecting the overhead lights in a way that made the whole thing look deeper than it had any right to be. Then Dean said, "Tyler S. still in there." Everything stopped for half a second. "Who?" Harris said. Dean swallowed. "Tyler Voss, night maintenance kid, 19. He came in through the back while we were clearing people. Sent him to grab barricade tape from the storage room." Nora stared at him. "You what?" I forgot. The words came out hoarse and small and terrible. With everything happening, I forgot. There are moments where blame is natural and easy and maybe even deserved, but they don't help because they take up the exact oxygen you need for the next thing. Harris stepped closer. "How long?" Dean looked at his watch like it might save him. 20 minutes, maybe 25. "Phone." I called. It rings. No answer. "Where exactly?" "Storage room off the resurfacer bay. Back side of the rink. Past the mechanical corridor." I pictured it immediately. From the lobby, straight left along the public side, through the employees' only door, down the service hall that ran behind the boards. The storage room sat near the Zamboni Bay on the north side, opposite the mechanical room, but closer to the sagging corner than I liked. Tyler had heard the evacuation and tried a shortcut. He could have ended up trapped behind the service doors without knowing the front was sealed. Nora swore softly. Harris keyed his radio, asked dispatch to try the number from their end, asked for the additional rescue unit to move faster. Then he looked through the glass again and made the calculation we all made. The building was still standing. The collapse was active but partial. There was a narrow window, maybe. He turned to Lopez. "SCBA stays out. Too bulky. Bring a line, pry bar, thermal camera, then to us. You two stay out." "I know the hall layout better than anyone," I said. "No, I know where the door sticks, where the floor drains are, where the side exits jam in winter. No." Nora stepped in. "He's right, and Tyler knows us. If he's scared and hears strangers shouting through walls, that's slower." Harris looked at us both, then at the rink, then then back at Dean. This is not a discussion. If civilians come in, they do exactly what I say or they go out immediately. Understood? Yes, I said. Nora said it at the same time. Dean opened his mouth too. Harris cut him off without looking at him. Not you. That should have satisfied me. It didn't. Because as Harris and Lopez grabbed gear, I felt the old, private weakness in me in a new shape. Not just the urge to smooth things over, the deeper part of it. The part that waits for someone else to act, because if they act first, maybe any bad outcome belongs to them. Maybe you can live beside it without owning it. Tyler was 19. If Dean had forgotten him, and I let other people go in to correct it while I stayed outside, I'd hear that in my own voice for the rest of my life. So when Harris headed toward the employee door, I was already moving. Inside, the building had started making new sounds. Not the broad, obvious ones. Smaller, meaner. Metal ticking as temperatures shifted after the refrigeration shut down. Water pattering somewhere it hadn't before. A faint grit rattle from ceiling tiles. The smell was different to less clean cold, more wet concrete, and something earthy, like mud brought up from a place it had stayed buried a long time. We entered through the public hallway, cut left through the staff door, then into the service corridor that ran along the north wall of the rink. On our right, through wire glass windows in the board's access doors, we could see portions of the ice. On our left were storage alcoves, the skate sharpener room, electrical closet, then farther down the Zamboni Bay, and the maintenance room Tyler had supposedly gone to. The geography of a place matters when you're afraid. I knew every turn in that corridor. Normally, that knowledge made it feel small and manageable. Now, it made the threat feel mapped too precisely. I knew exactly how close we were walking to the failing corner, exactly where the wall between us and the rink narrowed, exactly which doors would bottleneck if we had to run back. Lopez swept the thermal camera ahead. Harris carried the pry bar and a coil of rescue rope. I had a flashlight from the front desk. Nora had grabbed the long aluminum ice pusher on the way in because it was near the gate, and because when people are scared they hold onto the nearest useful object. She carried it balanced in both hands like a spear she'd be embarrassed to admit she wanted. "Tyler," I yelled. My own voice came back jagged from the cinder block. Nothing. We moved past the skate rental overflow. The corridor floor had a film of water on it now, not deep, just enough to reflect the lights in broken strips. It sloped subtly toward the drains, and the water was coming from ahead. "Not good," Lopez said. A hollow bang came from somewhere beyond the wall to our right. Nora flinched, gripped the pusher tighter. "Could be ice dropping into the void," Harris said. "Could be," she echoed, which was not agreement so much as permission to keep going. We reached the Zamboni Bay. The resurfacer sat half out on its apron where I'd left it, heavy and useless, and suddenly reassuring because it was familiar. Behind it, the storage room door stood shut. "Tyler," I shouted again, closer now. "It's Eli. Answer me." For one awful second, there was nothing. Then a muffled thump from inside the room. Nora sucked in a breath. "Tyler," another thump. Then a voice thin through the door. "I'm here." Everything sped up. Harris crossed to the door and turned the handle. It didn't budge. "Locked," he said. "Sticks," I said. "Swells in wet weather. From inside, it won't open." Something fell. Lopez swung the thermal camera to the door frame. No major heat source. He's right behind it. "What fell?" Harris called. "Shelf, I think." When the floor moved, the floor moved. The words landed and kept landing. Harris put the pry bar between the door and frame and leaned. The old wood groaned but held everyone back. He drove it harder. The frame cracked. A sharp report sounded from the rink side. Then another, like giant knuckles rapping under the boards. "Move," Harris said, not loud. Certain. Lopez and Nora took positions to help clear anything behind the door once it opened. I braced a shoulder near the hinge side. Harris pried again. Wood split. The latch tore free, and the door jerked inward maybe 4 inches before stopping against something heavy. Through the gap, I saw Tyler's eye, huge and white in the dark. Tyler Voss was 19, male, skinny, in the boneless way some teenage boys are before real adult weight ever hits them. With blonde hair always flattened on one side by a knit cap, and the permanent apologetic posture of someone who spent high school trying not to take up space. He did rink maintenance at night for extra money while taking classes at the community college. Good kid. Quiet. The kind people forget because he doesn't force himself into memory. "Eli," he said, voice cracking, "I think the floor's breaking." "We know," I said, "back up. There's water in here." "How much more than before?" "Before," Harris said. Tyler's eye shifted toward the floor. "There was already some in the drain corner, I thought, from boots." Harris swore once under his breath. "Push the shelf if you can." I tried. Nora wedged the aluminum pusher through the gap and used the flat blade end to lever at whatever had jammed the door. Metal screeched against concrete. Inside, Tyler pushed too. The shelf shifted an inch. "Again," she said through gritted teeth. The building answered for him. A deep cracking boom rolled through the wall to our right, followed by a sloshing rush so loud and immediate it sounded for one impossible instant like something living was charging us under the floor. Lopez spun, raising the thermal camera like a weapon. Then the wall access window beside the bay burst inward in a spray of safety glass cubes as a slab of broken rink ice hit the boards from the other side. Not a creature, not an attack, just the collapse reaching us. The misread lasted less than a second, but my body spent the next 10 recovering from it. Heart spiking, legs almost folding. Water began pouring under the bottom of the wall from the rink side, black with silt, carrying shards of ice that skittered across the corridor. "Door," Harris barked. We hit it again. Nora levered. Tyler shoved. The shelf gave enough for Harris to force his arm through and grab Tyler's jacket. One hard pull and the kid squeezed sideways through the gap, scraping his cheek and shoulder bloody on the broken latch plate. He stumbled into us, cold and shaking. "Can you run?" Harris asked. Tyler nodded too fast. "Good, out now." We turned back the way we'd come and stopped. The corridor behind us had changed. Water still shallow, but rising fast from both directions now, rushing from the rink breach to our right and trickling under the far service door from ahead, maybe from ruptured lines, maybe from the void beneath finding more ways in. Ceiling dust drifted through the fluorescent light. Somewhere above us metal shrieked against metal. "We go front," I said automatically. Harris looked down the hall, then to the rink windows. "No, too close to the failing corner. We take the resurfacer exit." That was behind us, past the Zamboni Bay, a roll-up service door leading to the loading apron on the north exterior. Usually chained shut from inside in winter because it leaked heat and stuck at the tracks. "Chain," I said. "I know," Harris said. "Open it." We hustled Tyler into the bay. The Zamboni sat between us and the service door, massive and awkward. Beyond it, the roll-up door rattled in its frame like somebody enormous was drumming on the other side. Wind, maybe, or pressure change. Didn't matter. Nora shoved Tyler toward the wall. "Stay on your feet." He was shivering so badly his teeth clicked. I splashed to the roll-up chain and yanked. It came free. Good. One mercy. Lopez hit the manual lift release. Harris and I got our hands under the cold metal edge and hauled. It rose 1 foot. Stopped. Frozen track. Warped guide. Something jammed on the outside. Again, Harris said. We heaved. My shoulders lit up. The door climbed another 6 inches, then stuck hard. Water lapped around our ankles now. "It's enough," Nora said. "Not for Tyler," Lopez said. She was right. The gap might take Nora or me crawling flat. Not Tyler if he panicked. Not Harris in gear. Another crack boomed through the building, closer than before. The floor under the bay quivered. Tyler made a sound I'd never heard from a grown person. Not exactly a sob, more the involuntary noise a body makes when it realizes fear has become physical. I looked at the Zamboni. Heavy, diesel, metal blade assembly. Ridiculous idea. Then not ridiculous. "Move the machine," I said. Harris caught it immediately. "Use it to force the door. Can it drive?" It was running 15 minutes ago. The key was still in it. I vaulted onto the seat, slick-handed, soaked to the shins. The engine turned once, coughed, then caught with a grinding roar that filled the bay and changed the air. Diesel exhaust, heat, familiar vibration under my palms. For 1 second, I was back in routine, resurfacing before open skate, checking the water line. Something ordinary. Then water slapped the tires and brought me back. Harris and Lopez lifted the door as far as it would go and held clear. Nora dragged Tyler behind the wall line. I eased the machine forward until the top frame met the metal edge. Careful, too much force and the door might buckle inward on us. Too little and it would do nothing. "More," Harris shouted over the engine. I pushed. Metal screamed. The roll-up door shuddered, bent, then rose another jagged foot as the Zamboni forced the bottom panel upward along the broken track. Cold outside air knifed in. "Go," Harris yelled. Lopez dropped first and rolled under. Nora shoved Tyler down after her. He got halfway, snagged his jacket, and I heard fabric tear as Lopez yanked him through from outside. Harris gestured to Nora. She went next, the aluminum pusher scraping behind her until she abandoned it and kicked it aside. The machine lurched under me as the floor shifted again. "Eli," Harris shouted. I killed the engine, jumped down into calf-deep freezing water, and dove for the gap. Halfway under, the door jerked. Not down. Sideways, the frame twisting as the wall behind me groaned. My left leg caught under the bent lower lip. Pain flashed white through my knee and shin. I yelled, more out of shock than choice. Harris grabbed both my wrists from outside. "Kick free. I'm stuck." Inside the bay, something gave way with a concrete crack so loud it felt inside my skull. Water surged, lifting loose trash, skate guards, a plastic cone. The Zamboni shifted a few inches with a heavy grinding moan. "Kick," Harris roared. I did. Once. Nothing. Again, harder. Something in my knee tore hot and ugly, and my boot came free all at once. Harris hauled me the rest of the way out onto the loading apron. The cold hit like a slap. Rain had started again, hard, stinging, half sleet, and blue lights strobed across the wet pavement. We stumbled clear just as the service wall behind us buckled inward. the whole building, just that section. The bay door twisted down around the Zamboni with a deafening crash, and a plume of cold black water burst out under it, carrying splinters of wood and white chunks of shattered rink ice onto the loading apron. Everyone scrambled farther back. Tyler fell on his hands and knees, coughing. Nora grabbed him under the arm and dragged him up. Lopez was already on her radio, voice sharp and clipped. Harris stayed bent over, hands on thighs, breathing hard enough I could hear it over the sleet. I sat down because my leg wouldn't negotiate anything else. The north wall of Holloway Ice Center sagged visibly now around the Zamboni Bay. Not total collapse, but enough that nobody was going back in. Enough that whatever was beneath the rink had finally claimed part of the building above it. For a while, nobody talked. The noise outside took over radios, engines, rain on metal. The distant murmur of the crowd still held back near the parking lot entrance. Then Dean appeared around the corner of the building at a stumbling run. He saw Tyler first. All the blood seemed to leave his face at once. He grabbed the kid by both shoulders, looked him over like he needed proof, then let go just as fast, maybe because Tyler flinched. "I'm sorry," Dean said. Tyler, teeth chattering, just stared at him. Dean turned to me next, saw the way I was holding my leg, and whatever he might have said died there. He looked past us to the collapsed bay, the bent door wrapped around the buried nose of the resurfacer, the water bleeding out onto the apron. That was the first time he looked old. Not old as in 60. Old as in a man seeing the final bill for a decade of postponements. Harris straightened and said, not cruelly, "It's done. Nobody else goes near it." Dean nodded once. No argument, no minimizing, just that. An ambulance crew took Tyler first, then me. In the back, while they cut my soaked pant leg and wrapped my knee, I could still see the rink building through the open doors. Floodlights had gone up now. Responders moved around the perimeter. Nobody moved casually anymore. The paramedic said, "Looks like maybe a patellar dislocation with ligament damage. You're lucky." People say that a lot. Lucky meaning not dead. Lucky meaning the worse outcome had better aim and missed. I nodded like that settled something. Through the sleet, Holloway looked smaller than it ever had in daylight. The north corner caved, the rest still standing, stubborn and embarrassed. Water kept spilling from beneath it in a steady black sheet. And under all the human noise, the radios, the orders, the ambulance heater clicking on, I could hear one last sound from the building. A low, intermittent knocking. Not supernatural, not mysterious in the childish sense. By then, I knew it could be debris. Ice slamming loose under the slab. Broken pipe against concrete. Any number of real things. It still reached me anyway. Because real things don't stop being awful just because you can name them. Nora climbed into the ambulance long enough to squeeze my shoulder and tell me Tyler was conscious, just scraped and cold. She looked wrecked. Wet hair loose from her braid, face gray with fatigue, one hand shaking when she pushed it back from her mouth. "You did good," she said. I almost laughed. My leg throbbed in time with my heartbeat. My hands wouldn't stop trembling now that they were no longer useful. Outside, Dean stood alone under the floodlights, staring at the broken bay. "No," I said. "I just finally stopped doing nothing." She held my shoulder a second longer. Not comfort exactly, more like acknowledgement. Then she got out so the medics could close the doors. As they pulled away, I watched the rink through the rear windows until the angle took it from me. I knew the layout so well I could still see it without looking. The northeast corner dipping under the lights, the crack lines spreading, the sealed crawl space in the mechanical room, the corridor where the glass had burst, the place by the boards where parents tied children's skates every winter and would probably never be allowed to stand again. The conflict was over by then, in the practical sense. Tyler was out. The building was lost, or part of it was. No more choices left to make that night. But resolution isn't the same thing as relief. My knee would heal wrong for a while, maybe longer. Tyler would hear water in pipes and think about that storage room door. Nora would never again let a supervisor say probably nothing without forcing the issue until it broke. Dean would have to live in the exact shape of his forgetting. And me, I had spent years mistaking passivity for patience, conflict avoidance for kindness, delay for control. In the ambulance, with my legs strapped and the heater making the air smell like hot plastic and damp wool, I understood something mean and simple. Waiting had nearly buried a kid under our rink. Behind us, somewhere in the sleet and light, Holloway Ice Center kept settling into the hole beneath it. By morning, the local Facebook groups had 3 different versions of what happened. In one, the rink had exploded. Another, a sinkhole had opened straight into an underground river and swallowed the Zamboni hole. In the third, which got shared most, somebody's cousin claimed the fire department had found old bones under the slab, and the burrow was covering it up. I read all 3 from a hospital bed, with an ice machine cuffed around my knee and an IV in my arm, and thought, with a tired kind of meanness, that people will always choose the version that lets them enjoy themselves. The real one was slower, more expensive, less satisfying. My kneecap had dislocated cleanly and popped partly back on its own while tearing something along the inside. The ER doctor, a compact woman in her 50s with calm hands and no patience for drama, showed me the scans the next morning and used words like partial ligament damage and orthopedic follow-up. And you're young enough that this should recover well if you don't do anything stupid. That last part felt personal. My mother came in around 9 with a bag of clothes, deodorant, and the face she uses when she's angry enough to be efficient. She hugged me carefully, listened through the medical rundown without interrupting, then asked, "So are you planning to tell me why you went back into a collapsing building? Or should I guess and be insulting?" I said. There was still a kid inside. That changed her face, not softened it exactly, just rearranged it into something quieter. "Oh," she said. Then after a second, "Was there?" "Yes." "Did you get him out?" "Yes." She sat down, smoothed the plastic handle of the overnight bag with her thumb. "All right." That was as close to approval as either of us wanted to get. Nora came later, still in yesterday's clothes under a borrowed coat, hair washed but not fully dry, eyes lined with the kind of purple-gray fatigue you don't fix with one night's sleep. She brought coffee from the diner on Freeport Road because hospital coffee, she said, was what people deserved only after serious moral failure. I laughed harder than the joke warranted and immediately regretted it when my knee throbbed. She took the chair beside the bed and held her cup in both hands. "Tyler's okay." "How okay?" "Cold, bruised, 6 stitches near his cheek, maybe a mild concussion. His mom cried all over Harris in the ambulance bay. Fair. He's embarrassed. Also fair." that got a small smile from her. It didn't last. We sat with the noise of the unit around us. Wheels on linoleum, a distant monitor beeping, someone laughing too loudly 2 rooms down. Ordinary hospital life, which always feels half rude, half merciful after a bad night, because it refuses to make your crisis the center of the world. "What are they saying?" I asked. "Officially," Nora said, "structural failure due to voiding under the slab. Water intrusion, possible long-term erosion, pending engineering report." Unofficially, she looked at the lid of her coffee. Unofficially, Dean knew more than he admitted. I didn't answer right away, because that was probably true. But there are layers of knowing. There's knowing a thing is dangerous. There's knowing a thing is wrong and hoping it stays manageable. There's knowing enough to postpone action until postponement turns into character. Finally, I said, "Did he say that?" "No." Dean mostly looked like a man who'd just been introduced to consequences. "She told me the borough had yellow taped the whole property by midnight. Structural engineers were coming in from Pittsburgh. Dep 2, because of the water and refrigeration system, and whatever else was under there. The owner had retained a lawyer before sunrise. Insurance investigators were already calling people. Everyone who worked at the rink had been told not to speculate online, which guaranteed that everybody else would." "And Tyler?" I asked. Nora stared at me. "You asked that already." "I know. He's okay," she said again, gentler now. "He keeps saying sorry for getting stuck." That made something small and ugly twist in my chest. Of course he did. Quiet kids apologize when the room fails around them. They think inconvenience is the worst thing they can be. Before she left, Nora stood in the doorway and said, "I'm giving a statement this afternoon. To the fire marshal, to everyone." What does that mean? It means I'm done helping older men protect themselves with vagueness. That was Nora. Once she crossed a line, she did not step back over it for anybody's comfort. "Be careful," I said. "I wasn't careful last night," she said. "That seems to have helped." Then she was gone. I was discharged around noon with crutches, a brace, pain pills I didn't really want, and instructions not to put full weight on the leg for a while. My mother drove me home through a wet, colorless afternoon that made everything in town look flatter than usual. Bare trees, salt-streaked pickup trucks, fast food signs buzzing themselves awake for lunch. At a red light near the bridge, 2 teenagers in school hoodies crossed in front of us arguing about whether the rink would reopen by hockey tryouts. I turned my head and watched them go until the light changed. Home looked exactly like it had the day before. That was the worst part. Same sagging porch rail, same chipped blue mug in the sink, same stack of unopened mail on the kitchen table. Trauma does not update the scenery for you. It just lays itself over the top. For the first 2 days, I couldn't do much except ice the knee, answer calls, and repeat the story in slightly different language to slightly different people. A police officer came by to take my statement in person because there might be questions later about access decisions, timing, and whether anyone had knowingly ignored a dangerous condition. He was polite, mid-30s, tired around the eyes, and wrote everything down carefully while my mother listened from the stove, pretending not to. A representative from the rink's insurance carrier called and used phrases like incident timeline and pre-existing knowledge indicators. I told her what I knew, and not 1 ounce more than that. The fire marshal called too. That conversation was shorter. Did Dean Kessler tell you there had been previous water issues under that corner? Yes, I said. When? Months ago. Not as a current danger, more like history. Did he mention repairs? He mentioned a leak during renovation years ago. Anything else? I thought about the pipes sweating in the mechanical room, about the look on Dean's face when Nora asked why the crawl space had been sealed, about how quickly he'd said thermal shift, as if saying it fast enough could make it true. He acted like the building always had problems, I said, like that made them normal. The fire marshal was quiet a second. Sometimes, he said, that's exactly how this kind of thing happens. 3 days after the collapse, the engineering summary hit the local paper. Not the full report, just the first pass. Enough for public consumption. An old subsurface drainage channel had likely widened over years beneath the northeast portion of the slab. Freeze-thaw cycles, groundwater movement, and at least one documented but insufficiently remediated leak from a deteriorated line had combined to wash out supporting material under that corner. The sealed crawl space, according to permit records, had been closed during renovation because it no longer met code for access or ventilation, but also buried lower in the file because inspectors had noted persistent moisture intrusion in that section and recommended further site work that apparently never happened. That last sentence sat on the page like a quiet knife. Nothing supernatural, nothing cinematic, just water, time, deferred maintenance, paperwork folded under other paperwork until it became part of the structure. And under the slab, according to the same summary, there really had been deeper standing water where there shouldn't have been. Not a river, not some secret reservoir, more like an irregular void collecting runoff and seepage in the dark, until the weight above finally asked one question too many of the concrete. The scratches in the crawl space floor got an explanation too, eventually. Drag marks from old maintenance equipment and pipe supports, made years apart and highlighted only because we were looking for meaning in every surface. Even the terrifying knocking likely came from broken sections of slab and loose utility, housing shifting as support failed. Most fear becomes blunt once it's diagrammed. Not all of it. Tyler came by my house a week later with his mother because he still didn't drive on the highway if he could avoid it, and because his mother, Cheryl, looked like the kind of woman who would personally escort her son to the moon if recent events suggested he might need supervision there too. She hugged me before I could object. Tyler stood in my doorway with a grocery store fruit tray none of us wanted and a scrape healing pink along his cheek. "Hey," I said. "Hey." He held up the tray a little. "My mom insisted," Cheryl said. "You almost died getting him out. You can take the grapes." We sat in the living room awkwardly for a while until the awkwardness became normal enough to speak through. Tyler told me he kept replaying the sound the storage room floor made before the shelf tipped. Not a bang, he said. More like a small crunching underneath, as if gravel had been compacting somewhere under the concrete. "I thought it was the drain," he said. "I kept thinking I should have noticed it sooner." "You were sent to get tape," I said. "You weren't hired to diagnose sub-slab erosion." He gave a weak smile. Still, that was the word of the month. Still. A tiny word people use when facts have failed to move guilt out of the body. Before he left, Tyler said, "Dean called me." And he cried. That surprised me less than I thought it would. "What'd you say?" Tyler looked down at his hands. I said, "Okay." "Do you mean it?" He thought about that seriously. "I don't know." Neither did I. Dean called me 2 days after that. I almost let it go to voicemail. Then I answered because avoidance had already cost enough in this story. He sounded tired in a way that had gone past exhaustion into something flatter. He had been placed on leave pending the investigation. The owner was evaluating operational liability. His words, not mine. He asked about my knee, asked about Tyler. Then there was a silence long enough that I thought he might hang up. Finally, he said, "I should have shut it down last week." I looked out the kitchen window at my neighbor trying to coax a tarp over his woodpile in the wind. Ordinary, fiddly misery. Life continuing. "Probably," I said. I knew that corner was losing temperature faster than it should. We'd been overcompensating on the plant. I told myself it was old lines. Then the floor drain smell got worse back there after rain, and he stopped. I kept meaning to push for a full inspection. Owner didn't want the cost. Hockey season was busy. You know how it goes. I did know how it goes. That was the whole problem. "But you asked what was behind the wall," he said. And I already had an answer ready, did I? "Yes," he exhaled. It sounded almost like a laugh, except there was no humor in it. I don't know whether I was lying to you or to myself at that point. After we hung up, I sat for a long time with the phone in my hand and the brace locked around my leg, and tried to decide whether confession matters if it arrives after the building caves in. Nora's statement did exactly what she intended it to do. She spoke to investigators, then to the local paper. Not theatrically, not cruelly, just clearly. She described the sounds, the moisture, the resistance to closing. She didn't speculate beyond what she knew. That made it land harder. Half the town praised her. The other half said she was disloyal, dramatic, enjoying attention, hurting a local business. Small towns love truth in theory. In practice, they prefer versions that don't inconvenience Christmas parades or youth sports schedules. Weeks passed. My knee improved in uneven little humiliations. First, I could stand without swearing. Then, I could manage stairs like an elderly pirate. Physical therapy hurt in the honest way useful things often do. The therapist told me I had a habit of anticipating pain and locking the joint before I moved, which made recovery harder. "That sounds personal," I said. She said, "Most rehab is." By early spring, the chain link fence around Holloway had weathered enough to look permanent. The borough removed the sign after engineers deemed most of the north side unsalvageable. Demolition would come later. Funding, liability, environmental review. All the slow public nouns. One afternoon, against my better judgment and my mother's very explicit instructions, I drove out there. Not to go in, just to look. The parking lot was empty except for a utility truck and an older man walking a dog along the shoulder. The building sat behind fencing and warning placards, smaller than I remembered, as broken places often do when the emergency has drained out of them. The north wall near the Zamboni Bay had been braced. Parts of the roofline dipped subtly. Through the front glass, I could still see the lobby benches, the mural of hockey sticks someone painted in 2009, the dark rectangle where the rink opened beyond. No music now, no rental chatter, no burnt pretzel smell, just wet wind and the metallic flap of loose caution tape. I stood there on my recovering leg and mapped it all again in my head. The public side, the service hall, the mechanical room, the sealed crawl, the corner that sank first. What lingered wasn't the collapse itself. Not exactly. It was how ordinary the early part had been. A sound under music, a wet pipe, a manager choosing the easiest sentence, a man like me wanting badly to believe him because believing him would let the night proceed. That's the part that follows you. The scale at which disaster first introduces itself. I was turning back toward my car when I heard it. A knock, faint, metallic, from somewhere inside the fenced-off building. I stopped, listened. Wind pushed through the lot. Somewhere behind me, a truck downshifted on the road. The loose caution tape snapped against chain link. Then the sound came again, 2 quick taps, irregular and hollow. I stood there long enough to become embarrassed by myself. Then I saw the source. One of the temporary steel braces on the north wall had a loose plate at its base. The wind shifted, the metal trembled, and the plate knocked against the anchor bolt with exactly the kind of sound your body can mistake if it has learned a place in fear first. I let out a breath. Small, shaky, annoyed, ordinary. Again. But while I was getting back into the car, I looked once more through the front glass toward where the rink used to shine under the lights. The engineers had drained what water they could access. They had bored test holes, mapped the void, photographed the damage. They had turned the hidden thing into measurements and liability language and a demolition plan. Still, there was one detail from the report that sat badly in me and never quite settled. The void under the northeast slab was larger than expected. Not impossibly large, not fantastical, just larger than the visible failure alone accounted for. It extended beyond the first collapse zone, irregular and branching under parts of the old foundation, suggesting years of quiet change in the ground beneath the building before anyone above understood what shape it had taken. That was all. Nothing haunted, nothing alive, just a hidden emptiness that had been there longer than people wanted to think. I drove home with the window cracked to clear the fog and passed kids playing roller hockey in a church parking lot because spring had finally come and they needed somewhere flat to move on. One of them fell, got up, and laughed. A parent on a folding chair yelled for somebody to keep their stick down. Almost ordinary. That's how things return. Not fully. Never clean. Nora took a job at a rink north of the city by summer. Better pay, stricter safety culture. She sent me a photo the first week. Bright ice, fresh paint, a mechanical room so clean it looked fake. Tyler switched his class schedule and stopped doing maintenance work anywhere. Dean, last I heard, was still in town, no longer at Holloway, consulting with lawyers and looking older. And me, I finished physical therapy, though rain still gets into the knee in a way I feel before weather apps do. Sometimes when I hear an odd sound in a building, pipes, settling, the dry tick of temperature change, I don't smooth it over anymore. I stop. I look. I ask one more question than is socially comfortable. It doesn't make me brave. It just means I know what can live for years under a normal evening if everybody agrees not to check. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you.